this meeting of June 4th, 2024 Town Council meeting to order. If you will join and say the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll continue standing for the invocation, and we have today Pastor Shadrach John Francois from Christian Renewal Church.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
You want to face? No. Okay. All right, let's pray. Father God, I thank you for this, first of all, this beautiful day that we can all gather as members of this community as we discuss difficult or interesting topics. Lord, I pray that you give us clarity, that you remind us that we are a community, unify us in our speech. And Lord, we just ask that you bless everything that goes on in this meeting and that it's fruitful, it's productive. And Lord, that Hilton Head is just blessed by the members in this room and on this council. And we love you, Lord, and we thank you for what you're going to do. It's in your name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. On to the adoption of the agenda. Mr. Orlando, do we have any changes?
No, sir.
Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Move that we approve the agenda as submitted.
Okay, Mr. Alfred, seconds. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand, and that would be 6-0. Mr. Stanford will hopefully be joining us online here shortly. Next, we have the workshop meeting minutes of May 14th and 16th, and the regular meeting minutes of May 21st. Is there a motion to approve?
Move that we approve the minutes as the mayor has stated.
Second?
Second.
Mr. Alfred, thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I wasn't here for the workshop on May 16th, so I need to abstain from that.
Okay.
But I need to vote yes on the others.
Yeah, so then we need to go ahead and break it down individually. You weren't here for the 16th, but we can go ahead and do the 14th and the 21st together. Okay? All those in favor of the 14th and 21st signify by raising your right hand. So moved. And then we will break it out to the 16th. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand, which is a 5-0. Thank you. Mr. Orlando, Town Manager's Report.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and members of the community. I am pleased and excited to introduce Adriana Burnett. Hello, Adriana. Adriana, welcome to Hilton Head Island and physically in person here on your first day. Adriana, as you know, is our new finance director. Brings more than 30 years of experience in financial management with major companies, including Walmart Corporation. Fluent in English and Spanish, a lot of expertise and experience in project management, fiscal accountability, governance, compliance, strategic planning, execution, and on and on and on. And we're just very excited and pleased and appreciative to have you here with us. Adriana holds a bachelor's degree in finance with a minor in international business from Florida International University and a master's degree in accounting with a minor in information systems from Middle Tennessee State University. And so on and so forth. And we're just blessed to have you as our Chief Financial Officer, our Finance Director, and welcome. And that's all for my report.
That's all you have for now. Thank you. Next up, I will present the Juneteenth proclamation. Come on. Come on up. We bring it over to the side, just to be a little different. How are we doing today? Good. So, the Town of Hilton Head Island proclamation. Whereas Juneteenth is often referred to as our country's second Independence Day and has long been celebrated among the African American community. Its historical significance has largely been omitted from educational curricula, making it relatively unknown to the wider population. And whereas the Emancipation Proclamation by President Abraham Lincoln on June 1st, 1863 and passage of the 13th Amendment by the U.S. Congress, more than 250,000 enslaved Africans and their descendants remained in bondage in the state of Texas until the arrival of the Union troops at Galveston on the 19th day of June, 1865. Whereas, when the news of their emancipation spread, following the reading of General Order Number 3 by Major General Gordon Granger, the formerly enslaved people of Texas reacted with joyous celebration, launching what would become an annual event known as Juneteenth. And whereas early celebrations of Juneteenth consisted of family and community gatherings filled not only with special food and festivities, but also prayer, reflection, and respect for ancestors who suffered under slavery, and celebrate African American freedoms and achievement while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all cultures. And whereas the elected leaders of the town of Hilton Head Island and the town staff pledge to continue our efforts to lift up the importance of history of Juneteenth and work tirelessly to root out institutional racism wherever it exists and advance equity and inclusion for all members of our community. Now, therefore, I, Alan R. Perry, Mayor of the town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, do hereby proclaim the 15th day of June 2024 as Juneteenth in the town of Hilton Head Island, and encourage all community members to observe this day with activities and reflections that celebrate freedom and justice for all people. In testimony whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the town of Hilton Head Island to be affixed this 4th day of June in the year of our Lord, 2024. Now we will move on to committee reports. Let's see. No, I'm sorry. My apologies there. We're going to have Mr. John Rimbold come up and give us an update on the Hilton Head Airport.
Mayor, Town Council, thanks for having me. John Rimbold, the Director of Hilton Head Island Airport. Thanks to Councilman Ames for having me at the meeting and inviting me many months ago, and it finally worked out. May I approach and give you guys a handout? I brought gifts. You want to just take one down, pass it around? I'll make sure I get one to Glenn. Those are baggage tags. It's not TSA pre-check, so that won't do you any good. You can try it, but it won't work. So thanks again for having me. I wanted to start out today, first of all, that image of what the new terminal is going to look like, and I'll show you a little bit more of that as we go. But I want to give a little bit of Airport 101. I'll do it quickly, but I just, some of you are a little bit newer, and I want to give you a little bit of a background. So first of all, kind of the vision of what we do out there is to be the most desired destination airport in the country. It's pretty lofty, but that's what all of our folks are focused on. And this is how we work day by day to try to get there. So everything that we do at the airport is guided by these principles. So you may not be able to see all that, but we can, the mission just says to provide a safe and efficient air travel experience that conveniently connects people to places. We achieve this through teamwork, professionalism, and warm Southern hospitality. So that's what we try to do. And a few vital statistics about the airport. A lot of people don't know we're pretty small in land size, only about 200 acres. So that's pretty small. I'll show you an aerial of that in a minute. We've got 17 full-time staff, 4 of whom are shared between both of our airports. So it's a pretty small team that makes it happen. The runway is 5,000 feet. And just to, a fun saying I like to share with people is I know we focus a lot on road construction around here with transportation, but if you pave a mile of road, you can drive a mile. If you pave a mile of runway, you can go anywhere in the world. So we like to think that we can outpace the roads. So we like to pave the runway. We have about 40,000 annual operations. It may seem like a big number, but if you compare that to Atlanta or Charlotte, they're doing our daily operations every 5 minutes. Okay, so you're not at a busy airport, I promise you. So there's a lot of things going on at the airport, some more stats there for you to take a look at, but not just the commercial side that's busy there, but the private side as well. We do have active flight training schools there, and that's great to get the future pilots in their training. talk a little bit about airport funding. And this is a picture just taken of the terminal construction that's ongoing. A lot of folks don't know kind of how airport funding goes. There's a lot of assumptions out there. So anytime I get a chance to speak to a group, I like to tell people how it happens. So first and foremost, we are financially self-sufficient at the airport. Our business of the airport supports the operations of the airport. We do apply for FAA grants and state grants for our infrastructure projects. So the terminal project is largely funded by a combination of FAA grants and state grants. And then, of course, we compete for the local grants such as ATAX, HTAX, and we're very thankful for the last several years we've received Town of Hilton Head Island ATAX funds that go into marketing the airport. So to turn that money around, market the airport in those places like Washington, D.C., Chicago, New York, big cities, to make sure people know that they can fly nonstop to the island. We also consider the airport critical tourism infrastructure, so that's why we apply for the ATAX funds, and we look forward to more conversations on that topic just for the sustained funding of the airport. The important thing is there's no tax dollars in the airport. So a lot of people say, well, it's a county airport, so surely it's funded by county tax money. It's not. The county's going through final budget approvals right now, and while our budgets, and we have 2 airports, as those budgets are approved by council, we do not receive appropriations from council. We generate our own revenues. Okay, this is what the picture looked like. Actually, last year, DFW fell off this year. Just an airline choice. But as you can see, primarily focused on the East Coast. Chicago has 2 airlines flying to, which is great. And it opens up that western door for us. But we look to expand this. Most of our routes are seasonal at this point, but we hope that that will grow, especially as the new terminal is built. And I also want to let you know that during the busy summer months, we have an ambassador program there. So on the weekends, you'll see somebody dressed like Rich in the back in the hot pink. And I should have introduced Steve Perry too. He's my airport deputy director sitting back there as well. In case I stumble and fall, he'll pick up. But they came to join me. But our ambassadors are there so that on those busy weekends when there's a change out on the island and it really gets chaotic in the terminal, that people understand how to get around and there's a friendly face to point them in the right direction. It's been a very successful, all volunteer-based program. This I want to show you for a couple of reasons. The older looking slide on your left is 1978, and then the other one is current day airport. And it's really just to illustrate everything that used to not be around the airport and now everything that is around the airport. And I show you this to say a couple of things. Number one, we've got some work to do together on some collaboration on compatible land use around the airport, some LMO implications on the airport overlay district and things like that. So I've been working with your planning staff. We'll continue that. And I appreciate your support as we move forward on that to make sure that everything runs smoothly. I also want to mention, just in the spirit of collaboration, that we're very lucky and thankful to have Hilton Head Island Fire Rescue right out the back door of our aircraft rescue and firefighting team. They work together a lot and cross-train, so it's great to have them. And then also, we've recently been working with your Office of Cultural Affairs, because as that terminal is built, there's opportunities within that terminal for arts and culture. And so Natalie and I have that conversation ongoing now as to how we can integrate real, authentic town of Hilton Head Island art and culture into the terminal instead of stock images. So we're excited about that. Now a few pictures of construction. This is just a couple of weeks ago, the first part of the slab was poured for the new part of the building. We're just over, I guess, about 3.5 months into construction. It's been all horizontal site work type stuff starting at first. As you can see, we start during the nighttime because those concrete trucks can't risk getting stopped in, Hilton Head Island traffic. So we have them starting at nighttime, and then they kind of finish up that pour during the day, and you can see what that first phase is shaping up to be. So very excited about that. That portion of the building is going to be the new TSA screening checkpoint and the new boarding gates. So that's coming together very well. And all of these improvements go hand in hand with our mission again. A couple other pictures. This is going on kind of today as we speak. One lane out front of the terminal is being partially demolished so we can install some more of that slab, and then it'll be replaced before we do the slab pour. And then the new curbing for the entrance road is that road will loop around to the front of the terminal. And I'll show you that in a moment as well. Phase one of this building, which is primarily all the new building, will be complete in early 2026. All right, this is what the building will look like as we get to that exciting point, open the whole thing up. This is an artist rendering of the building completely added onto and renovated. You can see there's 4 lanes out front, and that first lane is completely covered. So you have a drop-off and pick-up area that's totally covered for folks. This is a view of the front, and this has all been reviewed by the DRB, and David was involved early on as we had stakeholder meetings to put this together because we wanted to make sure that everything we did from architecture to landscaping reflected Hilton Head Island. So if you are a resident of the island, you would feel like if you've been traveling, that you're home at the airport, even though you still need to get to your house. And then if you're a tourist, as soon as you get off the airplane, you're on vacation. You don't have another drive to make, you're here. So that was the spirit of that. This is the front entrance. Another one of the outside there, and this is the inside. This is currently where the TSA checkpoint waiting area is. This is a bit of a grand hall, so this will give us opportunities for a little bit of gathering space and also some of the work with Office of Cultural Affairs to figure out if we can do some exhibiting and things like that in this space. This will be the new ticketing. The wall behind ticketing here that you see is another opportunity to work with town staff and maybe get some imagery back there that would reflect actual Hilton Head Island art, culture. This is what the new boarding gate area will look like. There'll be 3 gates with jet bridges, and then a 4th gate is a kind of a walkout gate if we have a additional service or another airplane that needs to be in there. Multiple types of seating. It may or may not look exactly like this, but it's for illustrative purposes to show that there'll be different types of seating there. The ability to work if you're there, so it won't just be the chairs. You'll have the desk areas to work at as well. Some concessions opportunities as well in that area, which would be nice. Restrooms and even a pet relief area. That's standard in all new terminals. So if you've got a service animal, we'll have a place for your animal as well. Some more pictures of the seating here. The architecture takes advantage of the ambient light the way we have it today. A lot of people like that design, and we decided to maintain that. This is baggage claim. So no longer do you have, guess what comes out of door number 1 or door number 2? You'll have actual carousels with opportunities for advertising and things like that, of course. And then you can kind of see the rental car areas in the back, and that's what that will look like there. So all our branded rental cars will be available as they are today with a little bit more room to operate and to have the lines. That tends to be a little bit of a choke point in the current terminal. Okay, as we wrap up, I really want to touch on economic impact. That's an important reason to be in front of you and to remind you of the importance of the airport. It's a little county airport in the middle of the town of Hilton Head Island. You are our biggest client, and we want to be very sensitive to that. But this is what the airport delivers. You can see these aircraft here, commercial ones on the bottom, and then those are private aircraft on the top. There's a couple just like that sitting out there now as I pulled away. Those are $70 million airplanes, and those folks are coming in for a limited amount of time, spending a good deal of money, and then leaving the island to go wherever else, maybe where their second or third or fourth home is. But we're happy to have them here. But the economic impact, when we first got a formal study done by the state in 2018, was $166 million. That was right as we were opening the runway extension. We had another impact study done in 2020 because I was going to the State House to try to find some additional funding for the first phase of the terminal. And when we ran that, it was just before the busiest summer we've ever seen, and that number had jumped to 417 million. So that airport has an economic impact every year of about $500 million on this island. So it's a lot going on there. Total jobs influenced by airport and aviation activities is over 3,000. And then the total spend annually is over $300 million. So there's a lot that's going on that airport is generating, and we appreciate the support that the town gives us. Now, before I leave, I always want to open it up for questions, but I brought one first. So I'll ask the first question and then get you started. But, you know, I'm sure it's all on all your minds. What can you do to help the airport, right? As the town's airport, what can you do? I would say number one is to ensure that the airport is always considered as critical infrastructure, just like the bridges, just like the roads, that airport, not just for residents and tourism. We're the only medevac place on the island. We get medevacs almost every day, many times, multiple times a day. It's a critical place to get folks in and out of, and sometimes those critical organs come in and out of the airport. We've got to be able to maintain that. So that's important. But also in the event of a natural disaster, we're one of the few places where folks will be able to fly in to resupply. So that's important as well. Second point for you is just to please include the airport on your legislative agenda. So as you're dealing with the folks in Columbia, please make sure that we're always on that list, the squeaky wheel, right? Every time they hear about the airport, and the airport still has a second phase of this terminal that needs to get built and funded, we need them to hear about the airport and the good things that are happening there. And then the last one is just support the airport's work with your staff. We're going to work very closely with them. We appreciate the relationship. Mark brought us in and really said, let's sit down and talk through all this stuff. So thank you for that. But I appreciate all of your support as we continue with those efforts and just try to make things the best, the safest, the most efficient that we can at the airport. So with that, I thank you.
All right, thanks, John. Any questions? Brown?
Thank you, Alex. I do have a question, but first I wanted to comment on a beautiful display in the presentation of the building. It does fit well within our low country design. It does have the sense of home, and we appreciate the work being done to ensure that for our residents and our guests. In terms of our residents, though, I often get many complaints, inquiries about why the planes are not flying out over water and instead are flying directly over homes. And it's impacting their quality of life. And so I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you about that and whatever you can tell us with regard to those departures, mostly, I guess, incoming as well, but mostly departures.
Sure, and that's a great question. Thank you for that. And I get that you're not the only person to ask that.
Sure.
But most airports, if you look at where they're situated, even if they weren't originally situated in residential areas, take Charlotte, for example. When they first built Charlotte, it was far outside the city limits of Charlotte. And now it's right in the middle. It's amazing how much the growth has happened. So you would think a big airport maybe not have to deal with that kind of an issue with residential noise and complaints, and they do. Every airport pretty much does. And that's because most times the areas around an airport tend to be desirable places to live. And an example of why we need to work with Mark's staff is to look at those types of issues and look at compatibility of land use around the airport, and not just immediately around the airport, but in the outlying areas, because as I try to remind people, aircraft are not only noticed within the property limits of an airport. I know that's pretty obvious, but sometimes it needs to be reminded. So we do our best to work with the airlines on how they fly, but they're under, very tight pilot constraints. So there's only so much that we can influence. I think that, all we can do is continue to work together. We do get calls and emails, and we respond to each and every one of those to try to make sure people understand what's going on. Sometimes there are different types of aircraft. There may be military aircraft that are operating. Sometimes it's the helicopters. Sometimes we get the Ospreys who fly in, who tend to generate a good bit of noise. And we have to be open to that. As a federally funded facility, you have to be open to that type of operation as well. So it's a variety of operations. And there are approaches that those airlines fly, and they're very prescribed approaches by the FAA. So they're very limited in the corridors that they come in. And I guess in some respects, we're lucky that we've only got the two ends of the runway. So we only have two ways they'll come in. So we don't have multiple runways and that much more overflight. But anytime you've got a place like this, you're going to have some overflight. It's just kind of in the nature of the business.
All right, it was my understanding that on departures that they were to go perhaps down the Broad Creek and out towards Colabogie and out to the Atlantic to begin their journey. And it's far more often than not that they're coming directly over residential neighborhoods. And if I can speak for literally hundreds of people who have contacted me. I can speak personally too, as I see the underbelly of the plane come across my house. And they're not those that you've described, they are commercial planes. So as we look at the beautiful building and we see how well it's done and how it reflects our low country style and character, the noise and the disruption and the growth of the airport does not. And so I just want to be really clear that there are residents first attitudes. And so when we look at the airport, at least when I look at the airport, that's how I look at it first. And it is impacting the quality of life. So perhaps there's something more that can be done with regard to fixing that situation. And I'd appreciate it if you would look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
For your presentation. A couple things that piqued my interest. Number one, I'm happy to hear that town and staff, all the people and players is working with you, showing off our arts and culture. As you arrive, resulting in that's a plus, and really anxious to be awaiting that to come to fruition. The other thing that sort of got my antennas up was concession opportunity. So we're talking $500 million into the industry. It'd be really nice if we were opening doors to some other businesses to get a little piece of that in the concession world in the airport. Economic stability, for fellow families on Milk Head is absolutely important for sustainability. So I'd like to consider that as we press forward in this endeavor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other? Yes, Mr. Alfred.
Mr. Rambo, do you keep statistics by season in the sense of the level of flights that occur during the tourist season versus the level of flights during the off-season and the relative number of passengers in each of those seasons?
We do, sir. We keep a running tally of passengers and flights, and so we do track that, and it's obviously much busier during the tourist season. It really picks up, I would say, probably the middle to the end of March, and that goes through kind of the October timeframe as our busiest season.
All right. And some of the major airlines do not fly to the Hilton Head Airport in the off-season? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we had several who flew year-round, and then because of COVID and pilot shortages, they've had to readjust their schedules. So some of those moved to, say, ski country during the wintertime and serve those places, and then they come back here around spring break time.
What is the trend in flights and passenger volume since COVID?
It's been a little bit of an up and down for the airport. The first year after COVID, sir, in 2021, the airport benefited from several additional flights because of COVID, because there were some business routes up north that were not being used, and there were airplanes that were basically bought and paid for and needed to fly. So that's why that summer we were able to get to Pittsburgh nonstop, Cincinnati, Cleveland, places like that. Ohio's pretty important to Hilton Head. So those happened that year, and that was only for one season. So those airplanes went back to flying business for United after that. And it stayed mostly, stable since then. The only drop off we had this year was Dallas, but everything else remained the same. We're still into Boston, Philly, Washington, New York, everything like that. So Chicago, Newark. So it's still pretty busy. But as I say pretty busy, it's all very relative. I mean, on the weekend, we have, maybe, I'm trying to think, probably 13, 14 departures in a day. You get that every minute at Charlotte, every 45 seconds at Charlotte. So what we do in a day, they're doing every couple of minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
To follow up on Mr. Alfred's questions, I think it'd be good for us to see some data, and I apologize if I don't have the right in plane notes or something like that.
You nailed it.
Get on and off of planes here. I think it'd be good for us to see the data over the last few years after COVID, to see maybe what changes have happened. And I think it'd be good to see commercial and also the general aviation side. the private companies coming and going. I think it'd be good for us to see those numbers and how that's trended over the last.
That's exactly what I wrote down, is having more reports coming in with the statistical numbers of all that, yeah.
Right.
Love to.
And I want to piggyback on what Mr. Brown said. In traveling through airports here and nationally, I'm most attracted to the local shops that are carrying local wares. If I'm looking for last minute gifts to take home to someone for a gift for a special season, I'm looking for those local crafts. And so I think, some of the local art would be good to see. And also, as Mr. Brown is suggesting, opportunities for the local golf businesses to have some of their wares display. I know there's a great local business called Benya, and just give a shout out there. There are other local businesses like that that could. I think that our visitors would really love to see that in those spaces. And the artwork truly is a special event when you go to an airport and see the kind of artwork on display there. So I'm glad you're doing that, and I want to encourage more of that, because that's what makes an airport more special to travelers.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Look forward to
Appreciate
it being
your time.
completed.
Absolutely, thanks.
And we will, look to have you come back and actually provide more statistics on those inbound and outbounds.
Absolutely.
Travelers. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Mr. Jim Waneke, who's going to provide us with an update on the adaptive traffic signal management system. Mr. Waneke.
Good afternoon. Before I get started, I need to acknowledge two people in the audience, Teresa McVeigh and Darren Shoemaker, who have worked tirelessly to make this system work and operate, and they've done a great job in making it happen. So I'd like to acknowledge them before I get started. So what does adaptive traffic signal system do? Well, it changes and modifies signal timing in real time to what's actually going on out there. It reduces delayed times for motorists. It improves safety for non-motorized users, and it allows staff to monitor systems remotely so that every time something happens, we don't have to run out to the traffic signal to see what's going on. So this project, we installed 25 traffic signal controllers. We converted the existing timings to a new program, which is MaxTime. We installed and configured 96 radar units, and they have 2,250 detection areas as compared to about 200 with the old loop detectors that we used to use. We have 86 detection unit cameras out there. We've got 129 thermal pedestrian detection units. We deployed a cloud-based central signal management system and deployed a new adaptive software on our local controllers. We did 32 side street head poles to improve pedestrian safety. We installed 36 new ADA compliant pedestrian stations so that you have wave, audible tone locators and voice guidance out there. We installed 25 new remotely manageable power outlet strips, and those allow us to restart systems remotely. So again, that we don't have to go out to the actual signal to restart individual components of the system. And grounding improvements at the cabinets and the mast arms, which we'll talk about a little bit more. So this was kind of the previous conditions. We had loop detectors in the pavement. We had fixed time to day. Kind of in the middle there, it kind of shows kind of what a fixed time plan would be. You could see that this is a typical, we had Monday through Friday plans. It operated different signal lengths and times during different times of the day. We had a Saturday plan and a Sunday plan. And then we only had push buttons at major intersections out there. So what did the system do? So we'll kind of go top left-hand corner there. That's the point-to-point antenna that interconnects a lot of our signals because we don't have fiber optics out there at all locations. So we had to install a point-to-point radio system. Over to the right, you can see the FLIR thermal imaging cameras that we use for pedestrian. On the bottom left are the wave accessible push buttons. Kind of not push buttons, you just wave. And then over on the right-hand side, which I don't know if I can minimize that so you can see, but is the actual radar detector that has the camera in it that's on the poles. So this is what's inside each one of the local cabinets. We have on the left-hand side there at the top, that's the actual computer, that's the signalized controller. On the right-hand side, that's the communications hub that takes all the information both internally and externally and sends it out and receives it. The bottom left, you can see that where all the things are plugged in, that's kind of a computer-based power strip. And we can remotely turn on a plug and turn off a plug on each one of those things remotely. So it, again, a lot of times you have a problem with the computer, you need to restart it. Again, we can restart that from the office saying, hey, turn on plug 2, turn off plug 2. And that allows us to save a lot of time internally. And then on the bottom right, that's the FLIR imaging camera for the video detection. This is our monitoring station up in Teresa's office. We have 24-hour live monitoring. This is obviously not all the cameras. Teresa puts up major movements and major intersections that she wants to take a look at. We can add, subtract. We can blow those up as we need to see them a little bit better. Again, it's real time, and we're able to see incidents that happen. We do not record any of the video. This is only a live feed. We do not do any recordings on this. This is the detection. Again, you can see the amount of detection that we're doing at each intersection. This is the Gums Tree intersection. And again, we went from about 200 detections across the island to over 2,250 detections out there right now. This is the thermal imaging. You can see the four corners on the left-hand side. We have two pedestrians being picked up in the bottom right corner. And again, that's how those thermal imaging cameras work. This is our continuous system software monitoring. This is kind of looking at the adaptive. Again, we pull this up. We can take a look at what each intersection is doing. Right now, those green squares are showing that it's running pattern 30 and they're in a constant state. The others in the red are also running pattern 30, but there is some transition going on there. That's why it's in red, and that allows us to take a look, hey, something's going on there, where something's going at that signal, and we can take a look at what's on the right-hand side of the screen and pull up and do a little bit more deeper dive into that situation. This is kind of the remote access that we see on our computers when we're sitting at the at our desk. This is telling us everything that's going on in the controllers. This is showing the cycle and what's the timing on it. This one's running 183 second cycle, and the cycle is the amount of time from when it turns red to when it comes back to red. So that's called cycle length. Down here, it's showing that we have detection on these legs, and it's showing what's currently green and what's red. And it just gives us an overall view of what's going on in the signal. So what is the new system versus the old system? We're able to get more vehicles progressing through the intersection. That was what kind of the goal was, to move mainline traffic more efficiently. And so that's the way the the computers have been programmed. And again, the side streets are being a little less priority, but we're moving traffic on the main line, and that's been the priority of how the system has been designed, is to keep the main line traffic moving and to keep the main line traffic from stopping as less as possible. Kind of how we kind of show that is with the time of day plans, we used to just say, hey, during this period of time, we're running a 120-second cycle. Now, we could change that based on, hey, we're going to run that cycle for 3 hours and then we're going to go to a 150-second cycle. But what we were doing is saying, hey, this is what the average traffic is here, and we were guessing. With the adaptive, it is able to take a look at what's actually going out there, and it is changing the cycle lengths and the amount of time given to each phase of the traffic, and it's changing that 25 to 45 times a day. We're changing it about every 20 minutes or so. We don't want to change it every 2 or 3 minutes, or the system would never catch up with itself. So again, information is obtained, information goes up to the cloud, where the cloud has our program sitting for the adaptive side of things. It's saying, hey, look, this is what's going on. We've got a lot more traffic here than normal. Hey, we're going to increase the cycle length from 150 seconds to 170 seconds. So over here on the right side of the screen, these are kind of the old cycle lengths when we did the before and after study. This is kind of the min and max times that we're running during that time period for those signals. So again, typically this was a 150-second cycle. Well, we changed that by running the adaptive system. It went from 140 to 188-second cycle. So what's that doing? So when there wasn't as much traffic, there was shorter cycle lengths. People were moving on the side streets a little bit faster for us. Hey, we have a lot more traffic here. We increased the cycle time to 188 seconds. We're moving a lot more mainline traffic. So that's kind of the story of that slide. Things aren't perfect. We are still working on those day to day. Teresa and I worked on making improvements at lunchtime today to an intersection, okay? Detection and grounding, these is very important to us, okay? These systems, these radar detectors are very sensitive to electrical storms, okay? And that's one of the first things we realized. We worked on that this past summer. We continue to work on that to make that detection a little bit more reliable. We talked to the city of Charleston, who also has these same radar detectors a couple weeks back, and we're working with them to make sure that we're doing what we can to make it as best as possible here on the island. We have a commitment from the equipment manufacturer as well as the contractor to continue to improve vehicle detection and vehicle field operations. The contractor will be on the island again next week to help address some additional things that we want to make better out there. The adaptive logarithm, that's kind of a computer system that needs updates regularly. And as those updates come online, we are updating them as we get them. It's not something that we say, hey, we'll wait to version 6 and we'll still continue work on version 3. As they come out, we're putting them in. Sometimes when those are put in, it's a computer system, right? Sometimes they don't work exactly as they're supposed to, and then we work through those issues. The old system was about 90% traffic engineering and 10% IT. Right now, we're working 70% IT and about 30% traffic engineering. So that has changed the dynamics of how we deal with things. But again, I think that's for the better. Again, contractor is helping us to make sure that we have that system-wide reliability. And we also have engaged an independent engineering firm that has great adaptive traffic signal expertise to assist staff on the performance side and to see if there's other tweaks that we should be making out there. What's next? We have collaboration with Beaufort County. They have helped us with the funding. This was a $3.1 million project. It was funded through impact fees that were collected here on the island. We are collaborating with SCDOT. They are very interested in the system. There's not many systems like this out there. So again, they're very interested to see how our system performs. Fiber optics communication. That's one thing that would help us tremendously. Again, that's about a quarter of our, how the system is made up. All right, and if the fiber optics and the communication to the cloud isn't working, obviously our communication and running adaptive isn't good. So when we have outages on that internet system. We have outages, and when that happens, it goes back to those pre-timed modes. Again, what can happen in the future? Well, advanced traveler information, connected vehicles, and then artificial intelligence. Want to talk a little bit about traffic volumes out there. There was an incident in early part of April that caused the Seapine Circle to lock up a little bit. Teresa and I and the Sheriff's Department got out there and directed traffic to open it up. But just to give you a sense of what went on that day, that's the 6th highest day of traffic that we had since January 1 of 2022. So again, this is the top 10 traffic days out there. This is based on the SCDOT traffic counts at Jenkins Island coming onto the island. So this doesn't account for anybody that was already here and moving internally within the island. So just to give you some information there. There was some questions also that came up about what happened this last Memorial Day weekend. Obviously, we weren't in the top 10, but you can see that Friday coming on, both last year and this year, not too far off from the top 10. And, you know, we had a lot of visitors on Saturday and Sunday as opposed to what they were the year before. One thing that we did a little bit different this past year when we did our annual traffic counts is we took 13-hour counts. Traditionally, we've taken counts in the AM peak and the PM peaks, and we didn't see what was going on kind of in the middle of the day. With these 13-hour counts, you can see it is what I would say is a non-traditional count. Normally, you would see a morning peak, and then it would go down a little bit, pick up at lunch, kind of level off, and then pick up for the PM peak. This vehicle traffic is just constant. It builds up to just before lunchtime, and it stays constant through lunchtime, and it just gets a little bit heavier in the PM peak. And some of the things that we found out is the PM peak hour at some intersections aren't the traditional 4 to 6 p.m. time. Some of them are at the 2 to 3 to 4 p.m. time frame. So again, that's some of the information on traffic out there. Happy to answer as many questions as I can.
Okay. Well, you know you're going to get some.
I know.
If y'all don't mind, I just want to address a couple of things because we've all received, you know, questions, concerns about the flow of it. And there was an email that was sent from Port Royal that Ms. McVeigh addressed very well that really went into the detail, a little bit more detail into how and why some of the lights change quicker. And I thought it was a very interesting point when you're sitting at a light and a car doesn't move in front of you and only 2 cars get through. So can you address that?
All right. So one of the biggest things that affects the traffic signals is driver's attention. Okay. So we have radar detection. So radar needs the vehicle to move so that we can pick it up. Okay. So if a vehicle light turns green and the vehicle stays there and not moving, the radar detector says, nobody's there. I don't need to give additional green time for this movement to go. So what it does, it turns it red quicker. So we have what we call advanced detectors. So generally at every intersection, we have the detection at the stop bar, and then we put an advanced detector probably where the 3rd or 4th car would sit, okay? And that's where these radars are looking for movement to extend the green time, especially on the left turn phases for the main street and all the side streets movements. So if that 3rd or 4th vehicle, wherever that radar detector is looking, isn't moving within a certain amount of time, it's saying, hey, no additional traffic is here. We're going to turn the signal red. So again, if you can pay attention, and it's hard, we know it's hard to pay attention because we have long cycle lengths out there, and people get to the signals and they say, hey, I got lots of time, and then they get distracted. But again, if we can have that consistent attention by drivers, that will help make sure that everybody that's waiting can get through the signal more efficiently. The other things that we have done, and these are some of the adjustments that Teresa and Darren has made over the last couple of weeks, is we've done some changes to how we've traditionally dealt with that in the signal timing. And again, what has worked on the past system is not necessarily the best for this system. And those are the things that we have learned over the last 5 or 6 months. And those are the things that we're hoping that the adaptive expert consultant can help us get us up to speed a little bit faster.
One last question from me. How often do you take over and run it manually? And if you don't, why not?
There are certain times that Teresa sees something, if we have a large queue, and she will run it manually. She did that today out here in Wexford. She saw something that went on. We had traffic backed up into the circle. And so she typed in some additional time for Wexford. And she did that for about a 4-minute period. It cleared out the traffic here in Wexford. And then it went back to the original timing. So again, as we see those, you know, we try to address them. And again, some of it comes from the public out there that say, hey, I was just here. You know, there was only 3 people that got through the light. When we get those calls, Teresa and I look up on that computer screen and we take a look at it and we say, is there anything we can do? Is there something that we need to do immediately to clear it out?
So what time was that happened at Wexford Light? Okay, this is not staged, y'all, at all. Because I came to the Wexford Light right about that time frame, and only 2 cars got through before me, and then I stopped, and then only 3 cars got through because the truck behind me had a trailer and it didn't move. So that's, really, it's just not staged. So that's what created the backup, and I knew the backup was going to the circle and going back into Wexford, so that, okay.
And again, we do not have a full traffic operations center. It's not manned 24/7. But again, when we get those complaints, we take a look at it. We're able to look at things remotely. You know, if there's a call on the weekend, Teresa usually gets on and takes a look at things remotely. And again, Teresa's done a lot of hard work to make things that have gone on out in the field a little bit better for those that are using the system.
Other questions? Ms. Becker.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, thank you for a great presentation, lots of information. It was easy to follow and understand. And apparently the proof is in the pudding, as we just heard, that it works well. Teresa and Darren are the best, and we appreciate all the eyes on these screens during it. So it cost $3.1 million, which impact fees were used to pay for. Is there a sense of ongoing costs with the consultant and the upgrades in the equipment, et cetera?
I do not know those right off the top of my head, but I'm sure we can pull those numbers.
Well, other than that question, you asked for help, and I'm all ears.
Okay. Other questions? Ms. Price.
Well, I'd also say thank you very much. I remember when there was first presentation, Mr. Clay was also here, and we were seeing the screen with all the little screens in it. Just a lot to look after, so I appreciate all your work. And I appreciate that we don't have 24/7, even though some folks might like what we do. I know that our independent engineering consultant for the 278 corridor project was looking at our system to see about recommendations for improvement. Do you have a report from them yet about any suggestions for improvement? Okay.
Not at this time. I know they're working on it.
I think we need to follow up on that because we're already paying for that anyway. So then the responses to inquiries, I think the mayor touched on one from Port Royal, but a lot of us hear from folks from various sources, especially if we're sitting at one of the side streets and saying, you know, we're sitting there at such and such a time and there was no traffic on the main route, and so why am I still sitting there waiting on the light to change? So I think maybe we might need to add some more information about side street operation, perhaps on our website, so folks can understand that. I know that a lot of folks use either My HHI or the phone number, and I think that's very helpful to be posted on our website so folks know how to contact someone about that. but I've had some complaints about whenever there's an inquiry, then there's a response that says that's how it's supposed to work. And then they try to follow up and aren't able to follow up. So I think if we could just check on our responses and how that's working. The other thing that you lightly touched on, and that is we had some issues last summer, storm interruptions in the system, I guess. And it sounds like you're trying to address those. I'm hopeful that we're not going to have the same kind of issues this summer.
The manufacturer has delivered to us some better, more electrical resistant units. Actually, those came in yesterday. No, they came in Friday, sorry. And we actually had them put up on Saturday. Obviously, that we haven't replaced all the units that are out there. And again, that's why we contacted the city of Charleston to see if they have any advice for us. And again, that trying to make sure that that grounding is as best as possible will make that detection more reliable. And again, this system is based on detection. If the detection isn't working, the system doesn't work. So again, we know that is the most critical, and we're working our best to make sure that it's the most reliable we can possibly make it.
Right. Certainly in the summer we have a lot of traffic now anyway, it seems, but in the summer we have even more traffic. And so it's especially critical that we have a system that operates well. And when the systems do fail due to some sort of summer electrical storm, then does that go back to the, I forgot what you call it, the timing sequence, the old, I compare it to my thermostat at home. If I want it in the morning at a certain degree and in the evening at a certain degree, I can do that. But I can't during the day I don't have a system that changes it based on the ambient air around me. So our system changes based on the ambient air around us, as I understand, as opposed to like a tube.
So if there is part of the system that isn't working, detection, if there is something going on with the pedestrian buttons that aren't working right or the detection there, it goes back to a pre-timed system. And again, that generates a lot of phone calls of, hey, I'm sitting at this light, there's nobody coming, why didn't it change? It didn't change because we're probably in a pre-timed mode because there was a part of the system has failed, and that is our fail-safe operation. If something's not operating right, we got to make sure that we give everybody an appropriate amount of time for their turn, and that's pedestrians as well as vehicle traffic.
Yeah, pre-time mode. Thank you for helping me out with that. Do we have any data on which are our busiest or most troublesome intersections? Seems like that would be helpful to know. I know you just recently sent to the town council that very lengthy report that the planning commission received as well. But it might be helpful to know, where our busiest intersections, where some of the issues are. So if there's another way to address them, we can ask you for help on that. Then the other data that I would like to see is you gave some before and after data, which I'm sorry, I don't understand it. Just be frank with you about that. It's your language and not mine, and I'm sorry, I couldn't understand it. But I think it'd be helpful, particularly to look at before and after stats, the following three intersections during peak AM and peak PM times. And those are Spar Pope, Spanish Wells, and Gumtree. I'd like to see before the new system was put in and after the new system is in, what's the difference in the performance at those intersections for AM time and PM time?
So I can talk some general numbers off the top of my head. I don't have those specific memorized, but one of the data things that we look at is arrival on green for the main line. And what we saw once we put the system in is there was more vehicles arriving on green time through intersections throughout the island on the main for the main line movement. And that was definitely better. I'm going to talk off my top of my head. It was around 70%, which meant that the existing system was working really good in that manner. This improved it to, I believe, around a 73%, a 2 to 3% increase in arrival on green. And that's very significant when you take a look at overall delay for all users. An overall delay for all users, again, there might be some additional delay for the side streets, but if you take a look at the overall delay for all users, that was improved with the system.
Overall delay for the whole system?
For
You're
the
talking
whole
about
system.
Not for specific intersections?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then the last question I have is that, I apologize, I watch probably too much FBI and seeing all the data they can have in the dock, but is there a way that the data that you collect, do you collect data at the intersections, which could be used to assist in making intersections safer for pedestrians and bicyclists? I mean, I have no idea, I'm just asking if there is a way to collect data from this system so that we can improve intersections. I don't know.
There is data available and we're using that. And again, that will impact both safety for both vehicles and pedestrians. And we will use that for recommendations for future improvements.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor. I'm one that you know that I'm late. If I'm the turn the lights, we going through. I want to first follow up on what Councilman Bryson was going. This is a $3 million investment. We want to understand the metrics behind improvement. I think that's important just to be able to relay that to the public. So as I appreciate the slides, some of it was more over my head as far as the computer system and whatnot. But I think us understanding the improvement and the return of investment probably good way to go for future presentations. Secondly, what I'm hearing, a couple priorities that we need to focus on as a council. One is the Windmill Harbor light ran into the system. I know that we're going to be coordinating with this thing, but I think that's important. Almost yesterday, that hasn't happened. And then secondly, I'm curious, how there's now, as you mentioned, 70% of the system for IT and engineering. But I'd like to learn a little bit more about the point-to-point and reliability of that versus possibility, the reliability of that. And again, that's not something that we need to discuss today, but I think it's important for us to be thinking about because it may be for future investments to make sure that this thing is working for each other. Those are my comments.
Other comments?
I have just one, and I was going to say it, but Alex touched on it. I just want to make it clear to everyone that the Windmill Harbor light is not currently a part of this system. So all of the issues with the Windmill Harbor light are not related to Town of Hilton Head and the traffic management program that we have in place. But I agree, and I know I've said it privately, that we need to see about what we can do and how fast we can do it to get that Windmill Harbor light brought in.
So Jim, last year we had an issue at Squire Pope, and that's because we couldn't find a floppy disk drive to put into that old system that we had. So in your assessment, how much has traffic improved from the old system to this newer system? And I'm going to take it one step further, how much better can it get?
So I came to the island April 1st of last year, so I can't give you how much better it is. But I knew that was going to come up, so I asked Darren today at about 1:30 this afternoon. I said, Darren, if you had your choice, what operates better, the new system or the old system? And Darren didn't hesitate to say it's the new system. And he wouldn't go back to the old system. And you can talk to him about why he said that, but I just needed that short answer because I needed that confidence to come up here to talk to you. And so that is, there is more improvement in the reliability. And that's what staff is working on right now, is that reliability. And staff is also working on making sure that we have the appropriate things in the computer for the system we have right now. What we did is we took the old system and we put that in the new system. And those are two different systems, but that's the quickest way we could get it up and running. So some of the things that Teresa is working on now, and with the help of Darren and I, is to make some changes to that of what worked in the past is not necessarily would work the best for us now. And so those are the things that we've been working on especially last 6 weeks, 2 months. And again, this has been an operation for 6 months. And again, there's a lot of improvements that we can still make, and we're looking forward to make those.
Mr. Ames, do you have anything?
Jim, you provoked a question. Is this kind of system working optimally somewhere else? Or are we developing a approach to traffic management in sort of an experimental stage?
I would say it's a little of both, because each system is different, and it matters where you're at with it, but there is proven technology out there that can help us make it better.
So we're relying on your expertise and the consultants we use to accelerate, expedite our improvement as much as possible. Thank you.
All right, Jim, thank you. You know, we know that y'all get a plethora of complaints. You know, the two red herons are parking in traffic, right? So we know that y'all get a lot of pushback, but I do want everybody to know that they're working hard on it. That's one reason why we're having this today, so that the public can hear, you know, as to what y'all know that's not working and what you're doing to make it better. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, next up on the agenda, we have the 2024 annual update of the community rating systems for public information. Yes.
Good afternoon. If I may also address the next item as well, the hazard mitigation plan at the same time, I would welcome that. Both of these items are for their annual evaluations of both the Program for Public Information and the Low Country Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan. Both of these updates are required to be presented to Town Council annually for continued participation in our community rating system program, for which our citizens receive 25% discount on their flood insurance premiums. These documents were included in your packet today. There are no major changes from either document from this year's annual evaluation. I'd also like to thank Sherry Mendrick, our floodplain administrator. She's the preparer of both of these documents and is the administrator of our community rating system program. I'd be happy to answer any questions for you today if you have any on these two documents.
Any questions? Then you won.
Okay. Well, that kind of covered both of the updates.
That's what I wanted to hear you say.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, great. Next up, we'll have appearance by citizens. I'd like to remind our citizens that Section 2-5-70 of the town's code limits each person to 3 minutes when addressing town council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you're asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you'd like to give to town council, please give them to the town clerk after you are finished speaking. I know we have some folks signed up for some agenda items, but do we have anybody signed up for general appearances? Yep.
I've got 4 people signed up. From what I can tell, 3 of them are for agenda items. Terrence Heron,
No?
right, and then Melinda Tunner.
You want to wait until the, okay.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'll give it up.
Yep. Melinda, you'll wait too. Okay.
Angie Hutchins,
Okay.
and then Ben Vaught. Want to wait until after the presentation?
Okay.
All right.
All right. Bear with me for one moment, please. We will now move to the second and final reading, the consideration of an ordinance. Hang on one second. Yeah. Wrong spot. With that, we will now hear the second and final reading of a proposed ordinance adopting the consolidated municipal budget for the town of Hilton Head Island for fiscal year 2025, ending June 30, 2025. Mr. Orlando.
I'm sorry, Nick, can I ask a procedural question? It says public hearing and second and final reading, so the presentation, then the public hearing?
Yeah,
and
then we'll go up to the public hearing at the end.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon. Making sure I'm not echoing. Good afternoon. I'm pleased, very pleased to be back here after a little bit of work that we've done together on our budget presentation. I am going to jump through a first few slides simply to show us that as we set out to establish the FY25 consolidated budget, we were clear on our stated goals. Deliver Town Council strategic action plan priorities. We know what those top 15 are. We know that as we are budgeting, we are always mindful of our strategic plan as it's influenced the budget, and the budget influences our strategic plan priorities. We provided that we would have world-class service, facilities, leisure, and recreational opportunities. We'd provide services in the most cost-effective manner while protecting the high level of service quality. Provide for enhanced customer service, innovation, and employee engagement. Invest in impactful capital projects and community infrastructure. Provide community and environmental vitality to preserve the town's character while promoting a sense of pride for our citizens. And of course, as we've always stated, as I've stated year over year, we use the budget, the consolidated budget, as a catalyst to implement positive change and improvement. South Carolina requires Town Council adopt an annual balanced budget ordinance prior to July 1. Annual budget is adopted in conjunction with feedback with Council. We've met, we've talked, we've spoke in depth before first reading. I've met with my department heads many times as we prepared the budget. We had first reading with a public hearing. We had 2 workshops, and we're here tonight. And so tonight, I'll really ask you for a consideration for a second and final reading, and tonight has also been advertised as a public hearing. The proposed budget, and we've seen this, $166,936,866. A general fund of close to $61 million, $60,924,000. A debt service fund of $16,700,000. A capital improvement fund of $74.3 million. And you'll see that the largest per dollar change and percent change in our budget is year over year, $19 million more in CIP this year than last. And you'll see the note at the bottom, 16.5 of that, 16.5 million of that is to activate and mobilize and start towards our beach renourishment. Major year, big year for the next 2 years as we renourish our beach. You also see in here the Stormwater Utility Fund of $7.5 million, Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corporation Fund of $3.4 million, and a Housing Fund of $4 million. We know that we have 6 funds, and those funds I've explained to you, so we'll jump through a few of these today, but our general fund includes our basic operations, which is inclusive of public safety, interagency partnership funding, and really all of the town's operations, all supportive departments, personnel, facility maintenance, and so on and so forth. Primary sources of revenue, property taxes, business license, local A tax, and permit fees. Majority of the revenues are from business licensing, local accommodations, property taxes, and hospitality fees, and a full menu of other very well-placed revenue streams. Our proposed general fund budget revenues of $60.9 million are, as you can see, the majority of those funds are property taxes at $18 million, local accommodations taxes at $6.8 million, business licenses $12.2 million, some permit fees, public safety EMS fees, prior year funds, and then the transfers in. We've talked about the transfers in at first reading as well as workshop, and we're blessed to have those transfers in. The beach preservation fees, the hospitality fee, state accommodations taxes, short-term rental fee, I would say most of which is visitor-generated revenues that help our general operations across the board. So our revenue highlights, no change in general fund millage after a reduction from 17.2 to 15.9 in fiscal year 24. Our business license revenues remain strong, and I will go back and share with you that we have started to compress our revenue projections, but still trying to remain We're somewhere in the FY23 actuals as we started to look at our revenues. But you'll see the business license revenues remain strong. Our short-term rental permit fee of $1.8 million is used for software, code enforcement, fire inspections, and legal. Some other highlights: hospitality tax funding of $6.3 million. That's an increase of 1.1 over last year, and that is to accommodate or to support the, well, of course, the lease payments and the fire trucks, as we talked about, but also the beach parking program. We talked at workshop that we took $1 million of hospitality tax fund balance and pledged it towards the beach parking program at this time. And then prior year unspent funds, right, from this current year's budget into next year as a transfer of $1.2 million for one-time projects, district plans, and those LMO code amendments that we intend to bring to a closure. Our general fund reserve policy limits, Town Council raised the fund policy limits in 2018, and then again in 2023. And most recently in 2023, they were raised to a ceiling of 55% and a basement of 40%, and you'll see that our actuals are right in line with our with the 55% goal. Most of general fund is salaries and benefits. Operating, of course, makes up close to 30%, and the contracted public safety and affiliated agency funding. You see that salary and benefits are 63% of our budget, where the operating is 28.3%. And I'm going to get through this with pace unless you want me to slow down, but we've seen this 2 or 3 times now. We have 181 full-time, 17 part-time employees in this fiscal year 25 proposed budget. That means that no new full-time or part-time position requests have been made. 3 FTEs and 1 open PTE positions have been eliminated. This budget also provides the support for staff, up to 4% performance base, 11% mandated medical, holiday pay, employee paid time off, buyback at 37.5 hour cap or max, supports staff 401k contribution, mandated police officer retirement contribution, succession planning, and some part-time support for various departments, particularly emergency management, code enforcement, beach operations, cultural affairs. Won't get through all this, but I know that we talked about some of these at our workshop. Seasonal employees, especially in this year, parking and beach ambassadors, I think is pretty important for us to have some additional help that we don't need year-round, but we need it in the summertime and those peak seasons. Town Council talked about at the workshop increasing total compensation for you 15% to account for inflation. The last time that changed was more or less 2012. We've had significant increases in fire rescue calls for service since 2021. Those calls for service have been calibrated and responded to with additional people, more equipment, additional innovation and technology, and those funds are remaining in our budget to support fire rescue. And again, short-term rental, public safety hours. We've expanded our public safety team over the last few years, and this budget continues to support the staff, the team, and the 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. I talked to Bob on the weekend as we drove around and looked at parking. They're there often, even in the summertime, till after 10 o'clock, after 10:30, when the noise ordinance doesn't allow loud music in certain places, and making sure the parks close and are emptied properly. Enhanced landscape lighting and solid waste recycling and park maintenance, and then of course beach park enhancements. We will have this year a town-wide litter patrol contract and services. We haven't had that traditionally in the past. We've kind of side hustled that while we're picking up trash. We were also cutting grass and limbs. This year I think we're going to be able to, with this budget, bifurcate those and treat trash as a whole different exercise. Solid waste recycling, there's some dollars in there to enhance our solid waste recycling. We're going to start at our front door first and move backwards, and that's at our beach parks. It supports RBC Heritage contract and preparations. It also
continues to support Beaufort County Sheriff's officers at a $550 a month stipend when those officers live on the island. And then we're still accruing $2 million per year while the litigation is pending with the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office in Beaufort County. We will broadcast 110 meetings per year, approximately. That'll give or take, depending if we have less meetings or more, but I think it's really important. It's business as usual for all of the meetings that we're accustomed to seeing broadcast on the Beaufort County channel. And again, this is an outsourced contract with Beaufort County, with their team. But we have also added here the William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor, et cetera, committee, and the Housing Action Committee to that. Town Council at first reading has discussed the affiliated agency funding requests. Remind you that these requests were made to staff, vetted by staff, forwarded to Finance Administrative Committee. Finance Administrative Committee reviewed the applications and then made their request. And you'll see that for the most part, the requests that were made are aligned with the budget with some exceptions. You'll see that the exceptions were for Beaufort, Jasper, EOC, Blackwoody, and Memory Matters. All else has moved forward for an affiliated agency funding of $2.55 million. So I'm going to keep moving through there. That really more or less sums up our operating budget. Our other funds, stormwater utility funds, is of course it's the enterprise fund for the inventory modeling, master planning, routine maintenance, capital projects related to stormwater. Majority of the funds are from stormwater utility fees. And this time we're using some fund balance, prior year funds of 29% in the budget this year. So you'll see a $7.5 million proposed budget. More or less, stormwater utility fee revenue is down. Prior year funds, $1.9 million ask this year, request. Our rate is $150 as a rate. It is the highest in the region. I will say that we do more than and a lot more than a lot of the other communities, especially with our partnership agreements that we spoke about. The majority of the funds are programmed for routine maintenance, corrective maintenance, monitoring, capital projects. Covers the salaries and benefits for 7 stormwater staff, including a new promotion. And you'll see that our expenditures are well diversified. You see 15% in corrective maintenance, routine maintenance of 16.3, stormwater special obligation bond debt, transfers out to capital projects, and salary and benefits make up most of those expenditures. We've talked a lot about this, so I'm just going to keep moving. I'm just seeing what's jumping out here, but water quality, LMO compliance as a service delivery, inventory modeling, routine maintenance, pump station maintenance, monitoring of water quality, tides and weather, those corrective system maintenance, and our resilience plan. Just for public knowledge, we maintain the public system, which is the town right-of-way, town easements, and town property. We have POA agreements where there's 22 agreements and there's 4 new applicants. Our CIP fund are for those restricted, committed expenditures for capital projects. Every year, and we've been through this, but we've run a 5-year capital improvement program. Projects are reviewed. Prior year projects to carry forward are reviewed. They're considered. Those funds are requested to move forward. And again, as we look at projects, I think we're getting a lot better with understanding the service delivery of a project. Typically, a major project's taking us about 3 years. So that 5-year CIP program is important when you think of a 5-year program. When you have projects as a new park, for example, would take you about 3 years to bring to life. Parks and Rec Commission had input.
Planning Commission recommended the priority projects, and Town Council is for your review and decision. What's going to be a major focus on July 1 is this capital project status, this transparency page through a CIP web-based project dashboard you'll see on our website. We already have a website, a dashboard. I would tell you that just with Brian McElwee's help and Sean Colin's help as well, they are bringing that project board to life a lot more with a significant amount more detail as we start diving into building projects. We have a very robust source of funds for our CIP program. You see that 25% come from hospitality fees and 28% from beach fees and 11% from TIF. We have a $74.3 million proposed CIP program this year, fiscal year 25. And the majority of those funds are well diversified: traffic and park impact fees, Sunday liquor permit fees, H-tax lease. We talked a little bit about that earlier. But the majority of it, you'll see, again, transfers in those visitor-based, for the most part, visitor-based, user-based revenues. Beach preservation fees, 21 million, 18 million coming from hospitality fees, 8.2 million from TIF. State accommodations taxes, 3.2 million, electric trip franchise fee, 8.4. So for a total of $74.3 million, and you'll see the escalation of our CIP program over the years. FY22 actual is $8.5 million. We anticipate 23 actual being 15.4 million. And as we jump into 74, it's a considerable difference. There's a few things here that are a little different than there were in past years. Staff's been on board for a bit. We've started to refine our procurement, and we started to realize what Town Council delivery expectations were, right? So we talked a lot about in workshops this past year, various parks, various road improvements, definitely the beach renourishment, the fire rescue fleet, and a few various vehicles for staff. And then I think what we're good at, and we've always been good at, and remaining good at, is implementing, fixing and improving and expanding our pathway network. You see that our use of funds, from a percentage of that, the beach program is 16.7 million change from prior year for a total of $21.6 million. Again, that's beach renourishment, 16.5 million of that. Roadways, 10.3 million, parks, 19.8, and facilities and equipment, 8.4, amongst stormwater capital project 1.2 and fleet at 7.2. We've reviewed this at workshops, so if you don't mind, I'll just maybe pause for a second, let folks absorb it and digest it on the screen. But 21.6 million investment into beaches, 5.5 million into pathways, 10.3 million into roadways, 19.8, close to $20 million for parks, 8.4 into that facilities and equipment, which is town hall, which is fire stations, which is IT, equipment and software, security cameras, connectivity, and then 1.2 into stormwater projects. Fleet, 7.3. And then soft costs for land acquisition, and I'll remind everybody that as we have acquired property in the past, we've left the soft costs in the budget, but I have brought you acquisitions, and when with that, a budget amendment for full clarity. Beach fees and H-tax mostly or generally fund that beach program, and again, all those various funding sources for full clarity on here, which you don't see up here. I sound like John Rembold. I don't see property taxes up here. We're using a diverse source of revenue stream on this to support our capital projects. I won't go through all the full detail, but what's really important is, again, Kim will have this presentation online. Other versions of this are online already, but you'll see that the beach program was prioritized by Planning Commission recommendation,
and that we're providing clarity to you so that we realize that, for instance, this year, Islanders Beach Park, we had a fiscal year 24 revised budget of 1.6. We'll carry forward 904,000. We've asked for 2.8 million for a total funding of 3.7. It's one example. Planning Commission prioritized it, and this year will be under design, permitting, and construction. And again, of course, Islanders Beach Park, we put the pathway through the center, but we have to work around the season and the impacts, right? So we'll work on Islanders late fall through the winter and have it back sparkling and open and for this season. And we'll get as much done as we possibly can with those dollars and with the schedule. And so for the rest of this, for the program, you'll see how those dollars are broken down with pathway. You do see Jonesville up there at $4.5 million as the majority of that. But there's also new segments. The Jonesville is showing construction, as is some pathway maintenance, and again, the Cordillo Parkway at Pope Avenue, the shipyard pathway. Everything else will be under the design permitting phase of the project. Several dirt roads slated for construction, as well as some Stony corridor improvements, island-wide intersection improvements, for a roadway program of 10.3 million. Park program, again, what gets staff excited, I hope, at council and community, when you see the check boxes in every single one. We're getting ready to start building some projects where we are clear on what, as an example, Crossings Park and the Bristol renovation, we'll call that phase 1 of the Crossings Park master plan. Town council recently approved the master plan. We're well underway with design, permitting, and we know that as soon as we can get through those 2 steps, we'll be at the third important step of construction in this fiscal year. I guess it wants me to talk about this a lot. Kim, can you help me? Actually, let me see if I can do it here. There we go. I'm good. Facilities and equipment, we've talked about at workshop. You'll see in there there's a tree planting and forest management program. There I go, I'm working again. Fire stations 1 to 7, the bay doors and some improvements. Our stormwater program, you see that construction for Gumtree, 25 Moonshell, and the Howell Tract access gate, amongst a lot of work with design and permitting on these other elements. And so that brings us to a $74.3 million proposed CIP program. Our debt service accounts for our payment of interest and principal on long-term debt, various sources of funds, beach preservation fees, property taxes, H-tax, TIF, and a few others, including real estate transfer and investment income. But you'll see a proposed budget for debt of $16.7 million. The majority of that is, right, 75.6% of those funds are for principal. That payment of $12.6 million with interest payment of 2.4, we have anticipated some debt as we assess our potential TIF districts, potentially Mid-Island or whatever other TIF districts town council wants to consider. We've placed these dollars in simply an account so that we have some dollars to work with if you would have me proceed with exploring and implementing a TIF district. Some highlights for debt: $102 million debt reduction, right? $102.2 million of debt reduction since 2018. And again, on top of that $102.2 million of debt reduction, an additional $12.6 million debt reduction this year. Our debt service millage reduced just like it did for the general fund, as I explained earlier in 24. All the bonds that were issued after Hurricane Matthew to reinstate the disaster fund and take care of Hilton Head Island have been fully repaid, and we continue to improve our financial position. You'll see on this sheet, just for detail, these at least show me when the bonds originated, right? So the general obligation bonds, what they originated for, the special revenue bonds, right? H-tax, as an example, TIF for USCB, as well as stormwater bonds. What we should pay attention to here is that final payment is starting to mature on several of these bonds. You'll see that interest, principal, and total just on that first one expires in 25, and you'll see a few more expiring in 25, 25, 26. But again, I do think that town council should fully be aware and celebrate and recognize that since 2018 till current date, there's been a significant amount of debt paid down. Our Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation Fund. Are those funds that we're using to operate and invest in our Gullah Geechee historic neighborhoods. The primary sources of revenue here are state and county grants, and the budget that was presented to you at first reading and discussed at workshop was prepared by the board of directors as well as the executive director, Thomas Boxley. And I appreciate the good work that they have done and the thought process that has gone into this budget. You see a $5.3 million total revenue, so prior year grant from the South Carolina Department of Commerce, a $5 million contribution that started our CDC, as well as Beaufort County. They were kind enough to provide to the town $343,000 and change dollars from the American Rescue Plan Act, from that ARPA funds that we've received as well. And the residual of those dollars still remain. There's some investment income, and that makes up a $5.3 million budget request. The fund expenditures are shown here. They're really clarified here a little more. Personnel and benefits, operating, and through their strategic plan work and through their budget preparation and ask to town council, professional services of $310,000, grants and incentive loans of 1.5, capital outlay and land acquisition of 1.2, and some project expense and contingency of 80. What they're planning on doing different than last year, where last year I think being the first year, they were forming, we were hiring Mr. Boxley. They had not yet had their strategic plan thought through, let alone in place through that board. This year, they are planning to set aside $1.9 million in fund balance. And so here, as well as with this accounting, you will see that offset, right? The revenues of 5.3 and the expenditures of 3.4 with an ending fund balance of 1.9. And lastly, housing fund. It was last year we put a housing fund in place, and we had a $3.35 million budget. You will see this year's budget at $4 million, right? And so the revenues are from the transfer of state aid tax, and as we've talked about that at first reading and workshop, I've proposed $1 million from SCA tax to add to our housing fund, and that we would use prior year funds, prior year unspent funds of $2 million that were earmarked, as well as the ARPA funds that were in last year's budget. Use of funds: Muddy Creek Neighborhood Stabilization Capital Programming, North Point Public-Private Partnership, Bryant Road Public-Private Partnership, and soft costs. We still have the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust dues as a small percentage, but a significant enough value. And you'll see that the $4 million equates, that Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust dues is close to $90,000. And I know that the executive director and or the chair will come and present, believe, to community service, public safety at an appropriate time. I know that we were trying to plan that.
the housing fund highlights, and I mentioned this, we're getting closer, I think, to at least your decision point, my goal line, your decision line, to consider the North Point Public-Private Partnership. We have $1 million earmarked. When we were at strategic plan, we had a lot of discussion about housing. We talked about staff's ability to implement, and we also talked about what's going to really move the needle and what's the most impactful housing projects we have. We have a chief housing officer, and there's a few folks that work through the housing work. But coming out of strategic plan, you talked about the Muddy Creek neighborhood, a stabilization plan for road, water, sewer, stormwater, sidewalk, lighting, signage, real neighborhood impact, home repair, lateral sewer connection work. And then as we acquired 7 acres on Bryant Road, we talked about a potential public-private partnership and leaning more towards home ownership, in that case, different than the North Point model. There are some soft costs in this budget, and again, those are for the public-private partnerships, the legal, the market studies, the due diligence, right? The civil engineering, the early planning, fair housing studies that are needed, housing consulting, and print videos, and a development of some housing dashboard and metrics, measuring and reporting on that data. So again, my proposed budget, and I very much appreciate Jeff Ehrman, Erica Madeir, Adriana, and every single department head and all the folks that report to those department heads as we prepare this year's budget. And so with that, I'll take any questions, but a proposal to you to adopt this at second and final reading tonight.
What I think I would like to do, and y'all tell me if you agree with this or not, go ahead and open up the hearing so that we can hear from the public, and then we can come back and ask more questions based off of that. Is that good with everybody? Okay. So with that, we will now hear the second and final reading. I just can't follow my own marks on my paper today. Up next, we will open the public hearing for the proposed ordinance adopting the consolidated municipal budget for the town of Hilton Head Island for fiscal year ending 2025, June 30th. Is there anyone that would like to speak at this time? Melinda, Ms. Turner.
Hello, Melinda Tunner, Palmetto Hall. I was unable to attend the budget workshops as I was out of town, but I did watch the videos. I appreciate the transparency of providing live streaming and on-demand videos of public meetings. I thought the workshops were well run, the materials covered were easy to understand, and Mr. Orlando did a very good job of walking everyone through the conversation. The 2025 budget of $168.8 million is the largest in Hilton Head's history. Just for some historical context, 2019 through 2021 was around $80 million. 2022, $97 million. 2023, $120 million. 2024 started at $130 million and adjusted to $147 million, and now $168.8 million in 2025. The town can afford the $168.8 million budget through fiscal year 2025 revenues and some carry forward, but it also requires using a substantial amount of fund balances, $43.3 million. The largest capital expense is for the beach renourishment, which is planned for 2025 at $16.5 million and can be paid out of fiscal year 2025 revenues and beach preservation fund balances. That's very prudent. However, during the workshop, it came to light that the total cost of the beach renourishment is estimated at $42.5 million, and there is not enough money available in the beach preservation fund to pay the balance. There was a discussion that a bond could be issued to cover the remaining balance of $26 million or up to the total cost of $42.6 million. But what's interesting is that we still owe $11 million from the bond from the last beach renourishment, which will be paid off in 2028. I don't believe that borrowing money is the answer. The town needs to lay out a strategy to pay for this unexpected increase in the cost of beach renourishment and understand the implications. Personally, I think this should have happened as part of your budgeting process. You'll need to decide how you're going to fund this expense, which additional funds beyond beach preservation can be utilized. Not all are eligible. What will that do to the balances and other funds and the implications for future uses? What projects could be delayed to fund this? And the last item to be discussed should be the need to borrow money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hutchinson?
Angie Hutchins, Shipyard. I appreciate everything Melinda just said and the great presentation and everything else. And I have so many things to say, and I'm trying to coalesce them down to the simplest form possible, which is why I'm wearing red. Because I thought it was generally understood that in bumper years, you saved, much like the old fairy tale that they used to tell us when we were little about the ants and the grasshopper, that when you have great years, especially in light of the 2014, 2015, some of the ramifications of things that were passed by this town council, and living with those decisions now, that I would have thought more restraint was in order. That the decisions you're making now have long-reaching consequences. And this feels kind of like an Oprah budget. You get some money, and you get some money, and you get some money. And so again, that's why I'm wearing red. There's wonderful and valid opportunities for this island and this people, but I just don't understand the drastic and unsustainable increases in spending. I had a few quotes to go back to. Colin Powell said, "Great leaders are almost always great simplifiers who can cut through argument, debate, and doubt to offer a solution everyone can understand." I would also ask for more trust with the results. It was fascinating that we got to hear from the traffic light system, of which $3.1 million was spent. And I noticed a significant lack of any results. I'm looking when I come to town council for where the results are showing up and the monies that we've spent. And I don't find many, and driving around, I find it worse. And to echo the last commenter on the debt, I find it just astonishing in the best years that we're having in terms of tourism, in terms of increase in value and everything else. We are just setting ourselves up with this budget for unsustainable costs in the future. John Quincy Adams, oh no, I'm going to go this. Not only should we be decreasing our debt service, but what future debts are you racking up with opening all these Pandora boxes? John Quincy Adams said, "If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are a leader." And I do think we have so many talented, amazing individuals across the board of all different backgrounds and histories and everything else, and we are not allowing our people to innovate by an overgrowth of government. In the end, I would say, in your zeal to do something, please temper that desire with a healthy dose of our limited perspective and time. I would urge you not to drown the future of this island's constituents with unsustainable programs and spiraling costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. Seeing none, we'll bring it back over. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Both. Yeah, we've got a first and second.
First on that.
Have a second on that? Got us first and second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please signify by raising your right hand. That would be 6-0.
Now I can make a motion to adopt the consolidated municipal budget for the town of Hilton Head Island for fiscal year 2025, ending June 30th, 2025. This is the second and final reading.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Alfred. Discussion and questions for Mr. Orlando. Becker.
So at the first reading, I brought forth a concern that within the budget, there is a section 6, that speaks to the affiliated agency funding. There's many things to be said about that. I've said them all, but I'm going to reiterate the one that is going to press me at this point to vote no on this budget. I was disappointed that between that first reading and now, no one addressed my concerns or seemed quite interested in the points that I was making. But I stand by them. And the fact is that within that statement under Section 6, it says, by virtue of adopting this budget, the town hereby states that the service is to be provided under the affiliated agency program. And it goes on to name a number of things, but the one that I asked to be struck is that we agree that the services are not of a speculative nature and are well-defined in terms of the benefit provided to the public. And this is a forward-looking budget. And how can I sit here today and raise my hand and vote for this budget when I don't know that that in fact is true? And I won't do that. I watch and I listen and we discuss, and I want to know what it is I'm voting on, when I vote on it, and I'm not going to pre-vote an affirmative when I don't know. So that is my comment for today with regard to the budget.
Other comments? Right.
Yes, sir, let me get back to my notes. First of all, thank you to Mr. Orlando and his team for putting together this budget, and also for the opportunities to discuss them in the workshop and for public comment, not just one public hearing, but 2 public hearings. I think I've always thought it's very important to have a public hearing at the beginning, as opposed to the previous practice of only a public hearing at the end, sometimes even after the motion to adopt on second reading. So I really appreciate that. I'm pleased that there's no millage increase, and I'm pleased that the debt continues to be paid down. Also, I think we should celebrate that we continue to have multiple revenue sources to do a lot of the work that's set forth in this budget, especially the capital improvements from sources other than the millage rate or property taxes. So I think those are all great things. Also glad to see that we're able to provide funding for housing on this island, which the community keeps identifying as a strong need, and an increase in that, and spending money on property the town has acquired to assist with public housing. Also, I'm pleased that we have the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation based on funds secured by Senator Tom Davis to assist with preservation of the land and culture of the Gullah Geechee. So I'm pleased with all those things. For the beach parking, I'm glad to see a question come up during our discussions about how to fund the beach parking services if we were not going to include parking fees during this fiscal year. And that is going to be funded again by hospitality taxes so that we can continue the programs and hopefully improve the beach parking programs through some of the recent knowledge that we've gained with some beach parking challenges. The beach renourishment has been talked about, and I think it would be helpful for Mr. Orlando to set out a little bit of information that came out through the workshop about how we're going to fund beach nourishment and when, what's the timing of beach nourishment, what's covered in this fiscal year budget, and what else we might need to cover to complete that project. So I think that'd be helpful to have some discussion before we vote. The increase in the budget over the years, a question was raised about that. As I understand it, this was as a result, the largest increase was a result of combining the capital budget into the consolidated budget. And if you look at the increase, I'm glad that screen is still up, the revised budget to the FY24 revised budget to the FY25 proposed budget, a difference of just under 20 million, the bulk of which goes towards capital improvements, which includes the beach renourishment program and some improvements to parks, which we have adopted, for which we've adopted master plans. So I think it's important to point out, and maybe Mr. Orlando can help us to talk about the difference between prior years' budgets to the current cycle of budgets, if you will. The other thing that I know we're going to be looking at is future planning. You know, where are we going from here? That question was raised about how do we address improvements that we're making now, and what are our future plans based on the best projections that we have. And I'm pleased that we have our new finance director here in place to help us look at future planning. So I look forward to hearing more information about that. The last thing that I would raise is something that I've also raised before, and that is the increase in compensation of town council members. It bothers me. I'm fine with the amendment to section 2-3-60, which combines a salary with the meeting stipends. It certainly relieves a lot of administrative tasks to combine those two. But I remain opposed and greatly concerned about the 15% cost of living increase for town council and mayor salaries because the employees are not getting, certainly not a 15% cost of living increase. So I want to offer an amendment to the budget ordinance and to delete section 7, compensation of town council members, in Exhibit C, and to vote on the amendment to section 2-3-60 in a separate vote. And I would ask at some point if someone would be willing to second that so we can talk about it.
Is there a second to that motion? Seeing none, motion fails.
So those are my questions and comments, and I defer to other colleagues for any of their questions and comments whenever Mr. Orlando wants to respond.
You want to respond now? Or do you want to have?
I'm trying to capture all the notes, and I may
Right.
miss a couple things, but I think I got everything.
Alfred.
One of the things that I'd like to focus on matters like this is what are the downsides and risks of this budget for the upcoming fiscal year and the subsequent one, and perhaps the one after that. We have a general fund reserve, and we had, in case revenues don't come in where they are anticipated to come, and we have a disaster reserve fund in the event of hurricanes. That gives us a lot of feelings of safety. Things don't go the way we project them to go. But there is a further reserve, at least one that can be considered as such, and that is if revenues go down and they aren't there next year or the year after, we can cut the capital expenditure budget. It's very large, and we do not, it is something that can be adjusted for the future if revenues don't come where we think they should be. So we are a very stable financial community, and we've reserved against most of the downside risks that we can foresee. And we know we don't have to put a capital expenditure budget of this size on next year if it's not fiscally appropriate.
All right, thank you, Ms. Alfred. Other comments? All right, back to you.
All right, let's see if I can walk through some of this. And we have talked about this, so bear with me. You'll see, right? So we have 6 funds up here. We used to have 4. When I arrived, we had 4 funds. We had general fund, we had debt, we had capital programming, we had stormwater, but we did not have the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corp, and we did not have housing. If we are looking at the budget, right, and I think that one of the comments was explain a little bit why that budget has grown, right? If we look back in 22, just in terms of actual, but really 23 revised, our budget of $166 million, right? I'm very sensitive to that and very appreciative of your direction of me to invest in our capital projects, right, as a catalyst to our island. So general fund has increased. We talked about at workshop, really, if we look here, 43.6 to 60.9 today. We talked about the growth of close to 27 or so people, 28 people in about 3-4 years. We talked about 11 of those in fire rescue. We talked about a beach operations team, community code enforcement that works day and night, not just Monday to Friday and leaves at 4:30. And so those are those obvious investments, right, in people and personnel. And so that general fund, as a result,
does increase. What's also in that general fund today, differently than in the past, is sources of revenue, right? A lot of those sources of revenue in general fund aren't just property tax. It's not just business license. We've typically and traditionally used hospitality tax for projects and a little bit of hospitality for operations. We are using $3.5 million of state aid tax for operations this year, last year, and prior years. So that supported the growth. The revenues are the revenues, right? At the end of the day, we have some decisions to make. Do you reduce millage? I can't reduce H tax. I can't reduce A tax. I can't reduce beach preservation fees. The revenues are the revenues, and your fund balances are your fund balances. We've shared and we've talked, especially in the 1 and 2-on-2 meetings, about the healthy fund balances well above policy. And at a certain point, are we in the business to collect dollars and keep in fund balance, or are we going to invest in capital projects? So as I take a look at the budget and we work together and I propose it to you, you do see that increase from general from 43.6 to 60.9. You will see, for the most part, the only other, the real numbers that we're working with is your capital improvement program. Parks, roads, infrastructure, traffic, transportation. I know we've talked in the past and we've talked at strategic plan, great places, high quality of life, great streets, great parks. And I think that your direction, your commitment, or at least your commitment and your direction to me is invest in those capital projects that way. So I will say that that's where that's why the budget grew. And at the end of the day, that's why I explain our transfers in. As an example, here's general fund. Our transfers in are those tourism-related revenues. The beach renourishment funding, we talked at workshop. We do have a plan. It's not in this year's budget to completely fund the entire $40+ million. And again, that's an earmark number. We have to price it this year. We have to get real contractor numbers. And when we have those, I believe I'll have more confidence. Did you?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you could expand on that just a little bit more, because while we have to have it in this next fiscal year budget, work's not going to start.
Correct.
Real work is not going to start until later.
Right. We are a year plus away from that. We have probably, I would say, 3 options. Status quo on use of funds for beach renourishment. In the past, the town has consistently, predominantly borrowed funds as a bond, and you saw the bond outline that I provided to you for that beach renourishment. You can use all of your revenues, all of your savings that we have for beach renourishment, and we would be left, we could pay for the entire beach renourishment program based upon engineer opinion of probable cost, and we would have about $2 to $3 million left in fund balance, or we could use some A tax, H tax, and other various sources. So we do have a few preliminary funding plans in place, but unless and until we have real pricing in this year's fiscal budget, that proposal hasn't been made. And we need to talk about that in those 1 and 2 at a time meetings with you from an emergency management fund balance perspective, as well as a beach renourishment fund balance, right? There's no better resilience plan than renourishing our islands' beaches. So I won't put Brian on the spot and ask him how close we are to finding that opinion of cost to real more specific pricing, but I can share that with you again and be a little more specific on those 3 options. The additional funds with the budget, where I think we're starting to see the $166.9 million, if we just look at the housing fund and the Gullah Geechee fund, that's close to $7-8 million extra in our budget. So I think I captured everything with one exception. Section 6, the ordinance. I took a look at that. I know Josh has been talking with Curtis about that. If Josh or Curtis can add some flavor to that. Last year,
affiliated agency funding, right? And I'm going to go, well, if you don't mind, I think we pull up on our screen what we're talking about. Hope I didn't pass it. I might have. Here we go. What we're talking about is the town council has proposed through Finance Administrative Committee a $2.5 million investment into Island Rec, Coastal Discovery, Mitchellville, USCB, LRTA, 14th Circuit Solicitor, Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation, Heritage Classic Foundation, and this year, different than last, Sea Turtle Patrol. And the ordinance last year, as I looked at it, it wasn't clear affiliated agency funding. It was in the presentations, but it wasn't in the ordinance. It was contemplated and talked about during presentations, but it wasn't clear. So as we prepared the ordinance and prepared Section 6, the town attorney had weighed in on that language. And I maybe, Curtis, not to put you on the spot, but I know that Josh's over there as well. But preparing that language for that clarity was intended to align with the application itself, right? To align with those factors that town council has endorsed as part of the affiliated agency process. Ms. Becker, I hear you loud and clear. I'm disappointed in the sense that we just can't find alignment with what the preferred language in Section 6 is. If you have some collective thought tonight, I'd be happy to hear it, and I'm very open to changing it. At the end of the day, it's a $2.5 million affiliated agency part of our general fund budget, right? We'll see in 22 it was 2.1 and it's grown to 2.5 today. Josh, Curtis?
When recently, I mean in the last 60 days probably, there was a discussion about the affiliated agency application. And as a part of that, there was a report, and the text that is in Section 6 comes from cases decided by the South Carolina Supreme Court about the findings that the government makes when funding these things. And so the findings that are there align the budget with the current state of the law in South Carolina as set out by our Supreme Court for the funding of agencies such as those on your slide now.
Right. So I just find it interesting that, we've had a good month, right? And this conversation hasn't been had. And the reason it comes up as an important factor is there are this is the first year, and thank you, Curtis, that I received an opinion from you with regard to whether or not these agencies met those criteria. And that was very helpful and very good. But we also know that over the course of this year, we've had at least a few folks who have come to the town and asking for money who don't necessarily fit the requirements that I'm concerned about. And so, knowing that there's an opportunity sometimes for things to be out of cycle, out of sequence, for something to come forward, I'm not willing to prejudge that. So that's my response, and I understand and am appreciative of the answer in the conversation now. Just don't know why I couldn't get an answer in a conversation before. So prejudging something when there could be something coming down the road is uncomfortable. And I do want to also say, because I caught something that was in the discussion that was just going on, and it's to the point of the comments that were made by the public. We do have a healthy budget. And because we have the opportunity to have reserves, which are significant, and makes me comfortable and sleep at night that I know that this town is well protected in the case of a variety of different type of emergencies, that just because we have a surplus of money, I'll say it that way, doesn't mean that we necessarily have to find ways to spend it all. In fact, you mentioned reduced millage. I think that there's certainly a conversation that should be being had. I know that I have it occasionally here and there with everyone about reducing millage with the extra money that we have sitting in the budget instead of looking for new ways to spend it. And I agree with the public comments that were made, that in the comment that was made that reducing millage is an opportunity when we have additional monies in our budget. And I would like to see us, for next year, find ways to reduce the millage instead of finding ways to spend any extra dollars and keep growing and keep spending and keep developing. So that's my comment on that. Thank you.
Mr. Rainey.
Thank you, Mayor. A budget is always time when there are differences of opinion, different philosophies, what is appropriate. One way of looking at the budget, the consolidated budget, is about $100 million is to keep the train running on time. About 74,000 is what gives this community personality, character, excitement, energy, and things that bring people to this community for the things that we value. So that $74,000 that we're spending on capital is saying who we want to be in the next 10 to 15, 20 years. And I think that we are in a position to wisely invest that money so that those good things happen for the benefit not only of residents today, but the people who choose to come here in the next several years. Thank you.
Thank you. Brown.
Mr. Member, once again, more thanks for your help. Not just putting together this particular budget, but your foresight as far as where we're going as a town. And absolutely, since you have arrived, the budget has increased. But I, along with others, have asked you to do more. And every time we ask Mr. Orlando to do something, it costs us money. It's the bottom line. One thing that you cannot just Orlando, if you can spend a little bit of time on it before we move on to the vote. I also brought him in suggesting to us that we increase the amount of money that we put away for disaster and emergency. Because as we've seen the revenues rise, we have taken an approach putting away more money to accomplish that goal if something will happen. So that's important to touch on this as well. And the other thing that I would just add, when we start to look at some of these priorities that we've all agreed on, housing is one. That's 2% of our entire budget. As we move forward, trying to accomplish goals of making this a better place, the capital improvement piece that you can see on the screen is a substantial amount of our increase over the years. That is necessary. It's necessary for us to stay relevant. It's necessary for us to stay competitive. And it's necessary for us to maintain this quality of life we all enjoy. Absolutely anything else our colleagues have to say, I'll be supportive of this particular time. Thanks.
And Mr. Orlando, I think it's also important to say that the fund balances have grown over time because we haven't necessarily spent the funds on the projects, on the different items that have been allocated. Therefore, we've got a surplus of money. And as we have talked with our advisors, our bonding status is super high. And to be able to create a community that we're all very proud of and to continue being at the top, and as we have outlined in our 20-year plan, excellence is at the top of it. Parks have been behind. They're old. They don't meet today's standards. COVID created a lapse in time where things could be completed. We're catching up. And I agree with the comments that we've got to be very careful as to how we spend our revenues, because we do think, and we have talked about those revenues dropping, and how we address that in the future is going to be vital to maintain what we put into place. I too feel very confident in having gone through the budget entirely with each and every one of you more than once, and understand the input that has been given from everybody, and also to the operational side of maintaining the dollars that we spend, which is a big part of it. So I'm more than comfortable, and I think that you have done, and your team has done, an outstanding job in building a budget and presenting a budget clearly that hopefully we can all vote on and approve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bryson.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Orlando, for addressing the questions I raised. I think it was helpful for our community to hear those responses, so thank you. And I agree with that analysis that you provided. Thank you. And notwithstanding my heartburn about voting for an increase, I'm prepared to approve this budget on second reading. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of approving the budget that was made motion by Mr. Ames, seconded by Mr. Alford, please signify by raising your right hand. Those opposed? That will be 5-1. All right.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can. Next, we move on to the second unfinished business. We'll move on to the second and final reading and consideration of an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the execution and delivery of a purchase and sale agreement for a portion of property owned by the town of Hilton Head Island in Beaufort County, identified as R510-005-00-0329-000, located adjacent to 282 Beach City Road. Town Council voted unanimously at its May 21st meeting to approve first reading of this proposed ordinance. Mr. Gruber.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. In the interest of protecting your time, I'll let you know that there have been no changes or alterations to this document since it appeared before you this first time. Be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
You have a motion?
Yeah, no, I'll make the motion if you want that first, yeah. Make a motion to approve an ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island authorizing the execution and delivery of a purchase and sale agreement for a portion of the property owned by the town of Hilton Head Island in Beaufort County, identified as R510-005-000-0329-0000, located adjacent to 282 Beach City Road. This is the second and final reading.
You have a second?
Second.
Bryson, discussion.
Yes. Josh, can you pull up a plat just so the public knows where this piece of property is? And beyond that, I don't have any questions.
I'll seek Kim's assistance to pull up the document, but it should be in the attachments. There we go.
Went too far.
No, there's
Oh, is there a better one?
I think there's a better one in there.
Is there a better one in there?
At the public's standpoint, it's at the very end of Beach City Road, past the Mitchellville Freedom Park.
Yes, sir. So right here is Beach City Road. This is the last parcel before what was formerly known as Blue Jay Field, which is just slightly north of this. And right here, this dashed line is the current property boundary. And as you can see, the entrance to 282 Beach City Road, the driveway kind of cuts across this corner. So in order to resolve this encroachment, we are proposing to sell, we are proposing to sell to the adjacent landowner the portion of property that is referenced right here in this rectangle.
Thank you, Josh.
Which is a teeny tiny portion.
Public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any other comments? Seeing none, we've got a motion by Mr. Ames, second by Mrs. Bryson. All those in favor of approving, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 6-0. We will now move on to the second and final reading and consideration of an ordinance amending Title 9, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code of Hilton Head Island, titled Regulations and Requirements Relating to Smoking of Tobacco Products, by adding a definition of electronic smoking devices and prohibiting their use consistent with existing smoking regulations. Town Council voted unanimously at its May 21st meeting to approve final reading of this proposed ordinance. I would also like to mention that this was a proposal brought forward by Teens for Healthy Youth. They are joining us today, and here with us in the audience we have Ben Vault, Amber Van Horn, Jillian Campanella, and Jacob Perky. Mr. Gruber.
Yes, Mayor. So this item essentially takes the town's existing regulations with regards to smoking of tobacco products in indoor areas. It does not change those regulations other than to change the definition to incorporate electronic smoking devices. So we're essentially updating to become more current with existing technology when it comes to tobacco-related products, but otherwise the regulations themselves will remain the same.
Mayor, if I may, I would like to make a motion that Town Council adopt an ordinance amending Title IX, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code of Hilton Head Island entitled Regulations and Requirements Related to Smoking of Tobacco Products by adding the definition of electronic smoking devices and prohibiting their use consistent with existing smoking regulations. This is a second and final reading.
We have a second.
Second.
Alfred. Any public comment? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Great, thank you. My name is Ben Vaught, and in July of last year, 3 members of Teens for Healthy Youth and myself brought to your attention an issue that faces our generation and this community, vaping and its secondhand and third-hand health effects. On behalf of the Low Country Alliance for Healthy Youth and its youth coalition, Teens for Healthy Youth, I want to say thank you. Thank you for being an acting force against the vaping epidemic in response to our proposal. Your actions will have a direct impact on my peers and our community as you send a clear message about the negative consequences of vaping. I believe that enhanced vaping restrictions will protect the long-term health and well-being of Hilton Head Island residents and visitors. It is a testament to the commitments that you all have to safeguarding the public health of our community. This ordinance is not just about reducing the number of people vaping in public spaces. It is about protecting the future of our generation. The harmful effects of vaping are well documented. By enacting these enhanced restrictions, you're helping to prevent the normalization of this dangerous habit among young people. By adding vaping to current smoking restrictions, you're actively raising awareness about the serious health risks associated with vaping. This ordinance will encourage more people to think twice before picking up a vape, and it will hopefully inspire other mayors and town councils throughout South Carolina and beyond to follow your lead. For supporting the efforts of Teens for Healthy Youth and the larger Low Country Alliance for Healthy Youth by amplifying our younger voices, I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any comments from council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand on the motion that was made by Mr. Ames and Mr. Alfred. So moved 6-0. Our last item on unfinished business is the consideration of an ordinance authorizing a long-term lease agreement between the town of Hilton Head Island and the Sandalwood Community Food Pantry for property located at 8 Augusta Lane, Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. This was approved unanimously at first reading on May 21st. Mr. Gruber.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. What this ordinance calls for is entering into a part.
If I might real quick correct that, because I don't think that was a 6-1 vote. It was a 6-1 vote. Just want to make that correction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep.
And actually, it may have been 5-1. I think Glenn left.
Glenn was not here.
Yeah, I
He was
think Glenn-
offline at that time. 5-1. Yeah.
I think he left.
We will amend the document to make sure that that is reflected accurately. What this is seeking to accomplish is to form a partnership between the town and the Sandalwood Community Food Pantry for the purposes of leasing town-owned property that is located at 8 Augusta Lane. That property was formerly the site of a convenience center that was operated by Beaufort County. The town ultimately acquired title to that property through a land swap. It is currently unoccupied, and the demand and need for Sandalwood Community Food pantry's services is significant and continues to rise. I can tell you, having driven past their current location today, there was a line out the door and well into the parking lot for people seeking assistance from them. And so this will hopefully allow them to continue to fundraise their efforts, look at building a new facility that could become a long-term home for them, and continue to provide this service to residents on Hilton Head Island.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt an ordinance authorizing a long-term lease agreement between the town of Hilton Head Island and the Sandalwood Community Food Pantry for property located at 8 Augusta Lane, Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. This is a second and final reading.
You have a second?
Second.
Comments from the audience? Public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Comments by council? Second.
So this is a very worthwhile project, and we have the greatest respect for those who are involved with the Sandalwood Food Pantry. That's without question. My issue with regard to this lease has to do with Article 3. And as we discussed it initially, as I brought that concern up and we discussed it initially, everyone was generous with their time, and we talked through it. But the outcome was not satisfactory to me, because within Article 3, within the permitted use of this property, it allows for a food distribution facility and the following ancillary related uses: an office, a community center with a kitchen, storage facilities, etc. And because there's an unknown in there that the scope of what the community food pantry currently does could change over time, and that there's 15 plus 5 plus 5 years for that change to occur, I'm not comfortable today, just like I wasn't comfortable when we discussed it and the first vote was taken after the executive session at the last town council meeting. So I would be thrilled to vote yes on this if we were to take out that ancillary and related use of a community center with a kitchen. With it. If it remains in the document, the lease document, I have to vote no.
Other comments? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of the motion Mr. Ames made and seconded by Mrs. Bryson for the lease agreement, please signify by raising your right hand. Those opposed? It's 5-1. New business. On to new business. We have a consideration of a resolution expressing support for the Rotary Community Center proposal. At its meeting on May 20th, 2024, the Community Service and Public Safety Committee voted unanimously to recommend that the Town Council approve the resolution expressing support for the partnership proposed by the Rotary Clubs. Mr. Gruber.
Yes. This item was presented initially to the Community Services and Public Safety Committee based upon correspondence that the town received from representatives of the Rotary Clubs on Hilton Head Island. That correspondence essentially set forth a proposal wherein the Rotary Clubs would seek to fundraise to support the upfitting and furnishing of a community center to be used for public purposes. At the committee meeting, we discussed that at this stage in time, what this request represents is a conceptual approval of the idea of forming this partnership. There's a significant amount of additional detail that needs to be identified in terms of the location, the size, the cost, and ultimately the operation and use of this facility. But we want to understand and ensure that Town Council supports this at a conceptual level before we move forward with investing time and resources to develop those additional materials. I can tell you that once those additional materials are developed, this matter will need to come back before Town Council for additional approvals. But at this point, we're looking for conceptual approval on the idea of this partnership.
I'd like to make a motion that council approve a resolution expressing support for the Rotary Community Center proposal.
We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion from the public? Comments from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Again, I'll go on the side of restraint. It's a wonderful organization. It sounds like a great idea. But is there ever an exit strategy for the town to, I'll go back to some of the missionaries I most respect that served near the Tibet region of China actually worked themselves out of a job. I think the greatest leadership that I've ever seen throughout history, with science, with whatever facet, are those that support an idea, support others, whether they're individuals or a group, but then they have an exit strategy to let a toddler walk on his own, so to speak. And so some of these affiliated memberships, as fantastic as they are, I think they could be more fantastic if there was ever an exit strategy to let the town do what the town does and let them walk on their own. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
My name is Frank Babel, and I apologize for having to hold up my pants. I was at a biking event and I forgot my belt, but anyway. In the interest of a little bit of humor, I don't know a lot about this program. I have the utmost respect for the Rotary. They've done a lot for biking in this community through the years. They've been absolutely tremendous. But I have two things I think I'd like to raise as concerns. One, I understand that this is considered to be placed at the Mid-Island Park. And I think that is the right, we need a community center, yes, but not in the park. You know, we've had 3 years of input from citizens. I don't ever remember anyone saying, we need a community park on this site. That's a park. It's not a home for a community center, in my view. And there are probably a lot of other places where it could be. And I think there are other alternatives. The second thing is, and again, not to throw a wet towel on this thing, but there's a lot going on here. How much can we handle? The bag is full, you know, and this is one more project. Now, it's going to come in your lap, and it's going to be another project that has to be done, and there's only so much you can do. And this is the most ambitious budget in the history of the town. And this is a great project. And if the Rotary is willing to do a lot of work on it, fine. But it's going to wind up in your laps. And I'd be concerned about that. Okay? That's all.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other public comments? One more time. Public comments? Nope. Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Comments by council. Becker?
Well, this is a project that has been discussed in terms of Mid-Island Park in the past. And we supported it, the concept, when we approved the master plan for Mid-Island. And it is one of those projects that is truly a public-private partnership. And it does serve the community service piece that I think we're all looking for, because at least in my mind, and I realize details are to come, but at least in my mind, I see this as ultimately being a place for residents, an opportunity for nonprofits to use, and it's not anything else. So I do support this project. I hope that it does end up in Mid-Island, near possibly the St. James Church, with that purpose that I just stated as its mission.
Other comments? Thank you. Bryson?
Yes, first of all, I'm very supportive of this concept and appreciate the Rotary Club stepping up with this idea. I lived in a community for 31 years that had great community centers. Actually, those community centers were threefold. There was a fire station, a branch library, and a community center in various locations within the city. So community centers are a great concept. My question before the committee meeting was which location on the Mid-Island track, and also because this council hasn't revisited the Mid-Island Tract, only approving money for Phase 1, which is addressing stormwater management on the site and also adding some restrooms for those who are enjoying the passive experiences on that property. And the master plan, which I looked at, had 2 community centers. And I'm concerned about making sure that we reserve the location for the relocation of the church. And there's a community center by the relocation of the church, and then there's a community center on the Dillon Road site. So the actual language of the resolution says to be located on the Mid-Island Tract pursuant to the adopted program elements of the adopted master plan. And that last language bothers me. I think we ought to continue the discussions, and I'm fine with authorizing the mayor and town manager to continue discussions with the Rotary Club, but I don't like it being so specific because I'm uncomfortable with where are we talking about, and we haven't yet gotten to think again about phases 2, 3, however many more there are for this track. And so I'd really like for us to strike that last language pursuant to the adopted program elements of the adopted master plan, and hoping that would fit with everyone else's interest in the project.
Want to address that?
Yes, sir. So the reason that we're discussing this as a potential element of the Mid-Island Tract is because it was specifically referenced as a future phase in the master plan. But as I indicated kind of at the outset of the discussion of this item, its location, whether it be within the Mid-Island Tract or on another tract, is still subject to determination. We've got to look at identifying what the size of the facility is, the functions that it's going to serve, developing a site plan. There's a lot more additional detailed data that needs to go into this before it could come back to council for additional consideration and discussion. So at this point, the only reason why we've started with that consideration at the Mid-Island Tract is because it is referenced in a future phase. But otherwise, it is still up to this body to determine whether or not it will move forward at that location, and if so, where on that location.
And so if we strike the language after the word center, so we strike the language to be located on the Mid-Island Tract pursuant to the adopted program elements of the adopted master plan, we can continue as just presented. So
Did you make a motion on that?
I move to strike language in the, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line under the now therefore, to strike the language which reads as follows: to be located on the Mid-Island Tract pursuant to the adopted program elements of the adopted master plan, period.
Is there a second to that?
I have a question, if I may. Are you opening it up to anywhere on the island?
I think that does.
Does that change then the decision from the committee?
I don't have before me the resolution that the committee adopted, but I don't recall the exact language. I do recall asking the same questions.
Yeah, so a copy of the resolution was included in your packet this evening. And again, I would stress that what we're seeking tonight through the adoption of this resolution is conceptual approval. It would not commit us to actually constructing any kind of facility, and it would ultimately require that we come back to you for that determination. But again, we would likely start with an evaluation of the Mid-Island Tract pursuant to the adopted program elements, which reference the creation of a community center.
Going back, is there a second to Ms. Bryson's motion? Seeing none, that fails. Mr. Ames.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, it's my impression that in Bluffton, there was an example, a highly successful example, where there's a partnership between the town of Bluffton and the Rotary Club in Bluffton. Is there anything we can learn from that experience that is relevant?
So in the correspondence that was initially submitted to the town, representatives of the Rotary Clubs referenced that particular example as kind of a goal that I believe they're working towards.
Did the town have the responsibility to construct, or did the Rotary Club have the responsibility to construct?
You know, I don't know the specific answer to that question.
Okay.
I can help if you'd like. Please. The Rotary constructed it, right? The Rotary constructed it. The town maintains and operates and programs with the Rotary's involvement.
Okay. An adjunct comment that really has no importance at this moment. I'm very interested in what the architecture would look like. So my question is the town participating in the later designs of the facility? Thank you.
Mr. Brown, did you have a comment? No?
I have a comment with regard to the discussion that was just going on. It would be my opinion that this should be a town building, and that the Rotary has been very generous in terms of their fundraising. But I would prefer this not be seen as any specific nonprofit or entity as a partnership, but as a contributor and a user in the future. So that is a line that I have. Thank you.
So, any other comments before? So I just want to, I've had firsthand experience with this through not just one Rotary Club, but all the Rotary Clubs. The Island Rec Association went to each club and they punted at one. The Lunch Club punted up 200,000. No, the Van Landingham Club punted up 200,000. The Lunch Club was 50,000. The Sunset Club was, I think, 25,000. Great public-private partnership. A great thing for a civic organization to help fund a needed space. So it makes a huge difference in what the community has. So I'm all about it. It's a win-win situation. Yep. So we'll take a vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 6-0. Let's see, where are we now? Lastly, we have a consideration of an ordinance amending sections 2-5-15, public meetings and public hearings of town councils and boards and commissions. 2-5-50, agenda and order of business. 2-5-70, appearance by citizens during public meetings. And 2-5-80, rules of decorum of the municipal code of Hilton Head Island. Mr. Gruber, you're still up here.
Yes, sir. This item is being presented to you for consideration with the goal of hopefully attaining several different objectives. One is looking at the order of agenda on meetings and trying to structure it in such a way that we can facilitate productive but efficient public meetings. Additionally, within that, we want to make sure that we are clearly communicating with members of the public about what our expectations are about how they would go about providing comments and feedback to you as a legislative body and how that incorporates into our meeting process. That is being done in an effort to achieve complete transparency and understanding of both this expectation and what the regulations, if adopted, would allow or not allow for in terms of public participation, but it does ensure public participation at every meeting. It simply sets forth a series of standards by which we would expect people to adhere when they are providing that public comment. I can go into more detail about the specific provisions themselves, but they are listed in the materials that are before you this evening, and they do set forth changes to 4 separate chapters within the town code in an effort to achieve those goals.
All right, I think I'm going to open it up for public comment at this point in time, and then we can come back and ask questions from council. Public comments, yes, ma'am.
Hi, Katie Henderson, Hilton Head Plantation. Just transparency. For those of us who couldn't get through all 240 pages of the agenda, could you explain what the steps would be? Please, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Other comments from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Real quick, thank you for taking this on.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Go on up, Chad.
Good evening. My name is Chester Williams. I, for one, am glad to see this finally coming forward. The members of the general public, including myself, far too long have had to suffer through odious comments made by one particular individual, casting aspersions upon the character of the town council members and the town staff members, and even accusing y'all of criminal activity. I can't tell you how frustrated I've been with those comments, and I'm glad to see you finally coming forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Also, yay, thank you. And I was reading through it, and I was curious for more detail on what the teeth will be. Thanks.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. If I can make a quick statement before we go around the dais, this is not about one person. It's about having an ordinance in place that protects our rights in our meetings. It allows us to conduct business in a way that we need to be able to conduct business, and we're not trying to stop anyone from talking or expressing their comments. It clarifies an ordinance that was put in place a long time ago, and it does not meet today's standards, and it needs to be updated. So, with that, if you'll go into a little more detail.
Yes, sir. So there are 4 sections that are proposed to be amended. The first one is section 2-5-15, and essentially in that what we're doing is removing the reference to open town hall in its use as a means of communicating with town council about items that are on the agenda. That was a particular software program that we launched during the pandemic when we were hosting virtual meetings, and now that we are back in public, that is no longer really necessary, nor is it actively used in really any meaningful manner for that particular purpose. The provisions to section 2-5-50 essentially rearrange the order of business to make it clear that there will be public comments on agenda items that are listed on a particular agenda. And then if somebody wants to speak on a matter that is not on a particular agenda, they would have an opportunity to provide public comment, but that would take place after the business of taking action on items that are on the agenda has occurred, but before the council would recess into any executive session that may be needed. So essentially, it just takes the existing regulations and clarifies when it would be appropriate to speak, whether or not the item is an agenda item or the item is an off-agenda item. It also deletes other references to a specific start time, a specific stop time, and other items related to the actual meeting details. And essentially what it replaces it with is a statement that the meeting will occur at the time that's stated on an agenda when it is published, and a meeting will end when all the matters appearing before the body have been resolved. That way you're not putting yourself on or off a clock, other than providing notice to the public of each meeting and the time that each meeting would begin. Under section 2-5-70, we clarify how individuals may go about providing public comments. We state what they must do in order to sign up to speak. That way we can identify who they are, the item that they want to speak on. We can provide advice and guidance on whether that's an agenda item, whether that's a non-agenda item, and therefore they know which section they'll be able to speak on. It clarifies who may speak in terms of an individual and in terms of speaking on the behalf of somebody else, another group or an organization, and essentially makes it clear that every individual is entitled to speak for 3 minutes on a particular agenda item. But you do not have the authority to speak on behalf of somebody else. You are entitled to your 3 minutes. You can use your 3 minutes, but when your 3 minutes are over, your time is completed for providing public comment on that item. It clarifies that you cannot transfer your time to somebody else. You cannot waive it. You cannot delegate it. You cannot aggregate it. You have your time, and it is individual and personal to you. We do encourage, but not require, that if somebody is going to be here on behalf of a large group, to appoint a spokesperson for expedience purposes, rather than hearing the same comments repetitively. Again, this is not a mandate. It is simply stating our encouragement that they appoint somebody to speak on behalf of the organization so that we can efficiently proceed with handling the business of council. It prohibits somebody from speaking if they have not been addressed by the mayor. That's an attempt to try to address people just shouting from the audience, taking other signs of actions that would be disruptive, and makes it clear that in order to speak, you need to be addressed and you need to be authorized to speak at that time. And then the last part allows the presiding officer of the public meeting to close public comment if for some reason the rules and regulations that have set forth are not being adhered to, again, in an effort to make sure that the meeting itself can continue along in an efficient manner. And then lastly, there are revisions to section 2-5-80, which speak to the actual behavior that you can or cannot engage in when you are providing public comment. I believe these are all fairly straightforward and easily understood by folks if you read what they say. It simply just makes sure that people are aware of the standards of behavior to which we are going to hold people if they want to participate in discourse with the public body that may be meeting at that time. And I know there was a question in terms of teeth. Because this is being included within the town's municipal code, a violation of these rules of decorum or any of the other provisions that are contained within this code are punishable by what we call the general penalty provisions of the town, which in each instance is the jurisdiction of the local magistrate court. So that could be a fine of anywhere from $0 up to $500 and or 30 days in jail. I will tell you almost without reservation, I am not aware of anyone ever being sentenced to jail time for a violation of a municipal code provision, but that is what is written into the jurisdiction of the court, and therefore it's in the jurisdiction of the penalty provisions for the town's municipal code.
Thank you. Comments by council? Ms. Becker.
Yep. So I certainly appreciate an efficient and productive and timely council meeting. That is without doubt. I also appreciate proper decorum at all times. I don't appreciate when people come to the podium or elsewhere and do things like speak lies and to conjure up stories that are based in complete falsehoods. I don't appreciate when people, while they're doing such things, videotape the action. And so there's a lengthy amount of things that to be concerned about here. The state of our society is pretty unruly right now, and it's unhealthy. And I wish it would change dramatically. I am worried, though, about unequal application, and that concerns me above all else. Someone I respect deeply just mentioned that this could possibly be about one person. You corrected that position. But it could be about one instance above another instance by the judgment of a presiding officer. And that can't be allowed. In our country, we're allowed to speak. And whether people like what people say or not, they're allowed to say it. Your choice is to get up and walk out and to close your ears and not engage. But I can't take away that right when I know of a possibility that there could be unequal application of this rule and that it could take away a fundamental constitutional right. I don't like being called names. I don't like any of those other things. I understand the sentiment. But those foundational points are unbreakable, and we should not break them.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Brown.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
This ordinance will apply to not just town council, but all boards and commissions. Am I correct in that?
That is correct. Any public meeting of the town.
Okay. And, you know, by the looks of our crowd tonight, there are a lot of people that would normally show up and want to speak that are not here tonight as we're going through this first reading. And they may not be here for second reading. And some of them enjoy going to other meetings besides the town council meetings. So I am suggesting that as we move forward with this new ordinance, that we are very intentional about our communications to our public, which we all enjoy them coming, okay? I think that's very important. There's gonna be a learning curve here. It is different from what we have gotten used to over the years. Yeah, I would sort of envision, Mr. Town Manager, that we'll have sort of a different setup as people show up as well, so that we can sort of guide and herd them to the new process. So I'm encouraging us to really be open to the public learning this along the way. The last thing that any of us want to get a phone call on is that we are no longer wanting to hear from you, and that is not the case here. I'm in support of the direction that we're going, with just a caveat that we are very open to the public as they transition.
You'll make a motion now. I meant to do that earlier after Josh spoke, but we got carried away.
I'll make a motion that council adopt an ordinance amending section 2-5-15, public meetings and public hearings of town council and boards and commissions, and 2-5-50, friends agenda and order of business, and friends 2-5-70, appearance by citizens during public meetings, and 2-5-80, rules and decorum of the municipal code of the town of Hilton Head Island. This is the first reading.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Now you can make your comment.
Thank you. Josh, does the language say presiding officer as opposed to the mayor?
Yes.
I believe it does.
Okay, so that it applies to other, okay, good. I'll make a comment. I think it's ironic that as we as a country seek to protect our freedoms, we require an ordinance that tells us how to act with respect and courtesy, the very qualities that our freedoms depend on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Ms. Bryson?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ames. I'm reminded of our desire to always have civil discourse, and I think it's helpful to be reminded. It's kind of like that saying of what are the rules you learn in kindergarten. I know my mom was a daycare center owner and director for years and years, and even until the day she died, I kept being reminded of how I should behave. So, Mr. Brown's comment reminded me that for our boards and commissions, because this applies to them as well, I think it might be helpful if these amendments are adopted to have a training session, if you will, for the presiding officers, the chairs of our boards and commissions, to help them out with the intent and application of these amendments. I think that might be helpful.
All right, thank you.
If I could touch on that point just very briefly, Mayor. We understood that that was likely going to be something that would need to accompany this. And so in the materials, we've included something that's not being codified into town code, but something that goes hand in glove with what we're discussing tonight, which is standard operating guidelines for elected appointed officials. And this is a document that once it's finalized would be provided to all the committee members, all to the chair people, and will hopefully allow them, along with training, to understand what the rules and regulations do and do not allow for, and how to apply those in a manner that we can ensure that we're not prohibiting public discourse, but ensuring orderly meetings.
One of my concerns had been a subsection saying you can't ask questions. So I'm hoping that during the training we understand what that means. It's not like, Patsy, would you quit? Why do you keep wearing those ugly shoes? It's something different from that. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none. Mr. Ames made the motion, Mr. Alford seconded. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed,
Absolutely not.
6-1. I'm sorry, 5-1. All right, Mr. Orlando, do we have a need to go into executive session?
Yes, Mayor, as shown on executive session, item 11A and 11B, as shown on our agenda.
Motion to go in executive session?
Yes, I'll move that the council go into executive session for the reasons cited by the town manager.
Do we have a second? We have a first and second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. That is 6-0. We're in executive session. No. A motion to come out of executive session.
I move that we come out of executive session at this time.
We've got a first and a second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 6-0. Mr. Ames, do we have any action out of it?
Yes, actually, we have two motions. I move to approve an ordinance authorizing the renewal to Shore Beach Services, Inc. for a non-exclusive franchise for the purpose of conducting certain commercial activities within specific public beach areas on Hilton Head Island, and providing for the severability and effective date with the following contract provisions. 1, the term of the agreement will be 66 months, beginning on July 1st, 2024, and terminating on December 31st, 2029. 2, the cost of billed services for fiscal year 2025 shall not exceed $213,745 and will not include billed services for beach patrol director, animal control, and beach matting services. The franchise fee will be, number 3, the franchise fee to be paid will be 3% of gross rental receipts. 4, will allow for the renting of chairs and/or umbrellas on an on-demand basis within areas outside of the designated franchise areas. 5, provides a term under the service agreement that matches the 66-month term of franchise agreement, but requires the advanced submission of an annual budget identifying the proposed cost of billed services to be included as a part of the town's annual fiscal budget adoption process. 6, the town shall be authorized to review Shore Beach Services financial records to the extent necessary to determine the amount of franchise fee that is owed to the town and the overall expenses that are incurred by Shore Beach Services in providing services under franchise. This is a run-on sentence. What is that? Agreement or services agreement, but shall not include access to any personal records of Shore Beach Services or documents of similar nature. 7, and termination provision for the convenience of the town after no less than 1 year's advance notice.
Is there a second? Becker seconded. Any discussion from the public? Seeing none, any discussion from council?
Well read, Mr. Ames.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 6-0.
Mayor, I have one other motion. I move the mayor and town manager be authorized to execute and deliver a contract for the purchase of real property located in the Pope Avenue area of Hilton Head Island at a purchase price not to exceed $2,975,000 and other terms acceptable to them, and to take all the necessary actions to complete the transaction described in any such contract.
Do we have a second? Mr. Alfred. Discussion by public? Seeing none, discussion by council.
Sorry, did I catch a specific address? Do we need something more than something on Pope Avenue?
I don't think so.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I think under these circumstances, right.
Any other discussion from council? Seeing none, those in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand, and that's 6-0. Any other business? Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved. We're adjourned.